Forbidden Door, and I am very much looking forward to this show. Apologies that we are a few minutes late. No excuses. I was watching Elton John at Glastonbury, and it just slightly overran. But that was just on TV here in the UK, and it was amazing. And he did a fantastic job, and I couldn't get here. As we said, it just slightly overran. But that's not what we're here for. We're not here for Elton John, although he is awesome. We are here for Forbidden Door. And it really looks like a very, very good card. Very good card. There's a couple of matches on here that I think are really special. I mean, Okada against Danielson, I just think is going to be so much fun. Ospreay and Omega, I think, could be, incredible. We saw the match earlier this year, and it was incredible. I'm just looking. It seems to have gone down to 13 matches. So when I checked earlier today, there was 14 matches. So something has dropped off. Danielson's still there, and Kenny's still there, so that's all I care about. But it seems like something's dropped off, because I looked earlier, and it was 14. Oh, here we go. Adam Cole was originally meant to face Tom Lawler in a singles match, but it has been announced that Cole is not medically cleared and the match has been cancelled. So that's on Wikipedia. So the Adam Cole match, Adam Cole against Tom Lawler, is no longer taking place tonight. That match has been cancelled. I don't know how they're going to fill the time, what with this card going down to just 13 matches now. That's going to be a struggle. I mean, NXT tend to fill a takeover in 2.5 hours with about 5 or 6 matches. We've got 13 matches, so I hope you've got your sleeping bags. I hope you've got your thermos flask with coffee. Yeah, hope you're all prepared, because we've got... we're in for a long slog here. This isn't so much an event that we're going to be watching. It's more an event we're going to endure. It's going to be like an endurance test, but hopefully a very pleasurable one at that. John said, no Adam Cole tonight. It's a 0 out of 10 show. Yeah, I literally just saw that, dudes. I was just on Wikipedia because I thought, we'll run down the card for those that haven't heard. And then I saw it had gone down to 13 matches. So yeah, quite a surprise, but to be honest, not the biggest of matches. You know, that had 0 build. So I know that there are Adam Cole Bay fans, including John, that will be disappointed, but I don't think that was going to make or break the show tonight. But we've still got plenty to look forward to. I do want to jump in the chat. Of course I do, but let's run through the card for those that haven't heard what the card is, and then we'll jump into the chat and see what people are saying. There is also a kickoff show, isn't there, which I am going to need to try and find, because 0 hour starts in 53 minutes. Thank you. There's that. Right. Got it. Okay. So you can watch the kickoff show, I think, free, maybe on YouTube. Certainly it's on Fight.tv for free, because that's what I'm watching it on. And then that's also where you can find the pay-per-view here in the UK. So there is a kickoff show, starts in 53 minutes. But what are the matches? That's what I'm hearing people not asking, but I'm going to tell you anyway. So on that kickoff show, there's 4 matches. Athena against Billy Starks. This is a Women's Owen Hart Cup first round match. Don't know who Billy Starks is. Obviously, I know Athena. And I'm guessing Athena wins. United Empire taking on Los Ingobernables de Japón. Okay, which should be pretty fun, but that's a 6-man tag match. Then we've got Stu Grayson taking on El Fantasmo. Then we've got Mogul Embassy taking on Chaos and El Desperado. Okay, so that's what we're looking at in regards to the kickoff. Then on the main cards, in no particular order, we've got Toni Storm taking on Willow Nightingale. That's for the Women's Championship. Could be a really good match. Sasha and Willow had a great match was it the IWGP Championship? Like the first Women's IWGP Championship. So Willow and Toni could have a banger there. That could be fun. Orange Cassidy against Zack Sabre Jr., against Shibata, against Daniel Garcia, 4-way for the Intercontinental Championship. That's also on the card. We've got CM Punk taking on Kojima. That's in the men's Owen Hart tournament, first round. We've got Blackpool Combat Club taking on the Elite and Eddie Kingston and Ishii. That's a 10-man tag match. We've also got the Suzuki Gods, which is Jericho, Sammy, and Suzuki, taking on Sting, Darby, and their mystery partner was revealed to be my personal favorite, and I know many people's favorites when it comes to New Japan, but I love Tetsuya Naito. Naito is someone that I've been watching New Japan for a while, not religiously, right? But like checking into Wrestle Kingdoms, the occasional, Dominion, G1, things along those lines. Certainly, I don't follow it on a week-by-week basis. But, Naito is someone that I've always enjoyed keeping an eye on. Same with Okada, actually. I'd say Okada and Naito are the two that I've really enjoyed the most watching when it comes to like New Japan. So when it was Naito that was announced, I thought that was pretty exciting. So yeah, that makes that match a bit more interesting for me. We've got MJF taking on Tanahashi, the ace of New Japan. That's for the AEW World Championship. I don't see any chance that MJF loses that title, but this is where the build or the lack of build, I think, hurts, because that should be a massive match, but it's had no build whatsoever, right? The build was Tanahashi challenging MJF, MJF saying no, Adam Cole saying, "Are you scared?" And then the match ended up happening. So could be a great match, right? We've got a well-defined heel, well-defined babyface. It's for the AEW World Championship, so it can still deliver. But I think the excitement around that is a bit muted because it's not had any build. We got Sanada against Jack Perry for the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship. I'd say the exact same story there as well. No build. I don't even really know why Jack Perry's in that situation, but he is. And then, of course, the big two, the main two, the two that for me stand above everything else on this card. So, if you're someone that's new to AEW or don't watch much New Japan, what I would say about this card is it's very intriguing. I think it looks a decent card. I think it's a bit bloated. I think you could cut it in half, right? But I think it's a strong-looking card. There's a lot of star power, a lot of names on it. But there are 2 matches, potentially 3, if you include MJF and Tanahashi, that for me, but the 2 of Danielson, Okada, Omega, and Ospreay just stand comfortably above everything else on this card. I believe they'll be the final 2 matches. I believe they're going to be awesome. I genuinely think that one, if not both, could be in the conversation for match of the year by the time this show is over. And maybe there could be a surprise on here, like the Tony Storm, Willow Nightingale, or, as we said, MJF, Tanahashi. Who knows? Maybe Blackpool Combat Club, Elite, Eddie, Ishii. I feel like there's a lot of people involved in that, so I'm not so sure. I think that's just going to be a big mess, to be honest. But a fun mess. Not in a bad way. A fun mess. But I just think it'll be a big mess. I don't know. CM Punk is a bit of a surprise being on the card, to be honest. Quite a few in the 4-way. I don't know. For me, those 2 really stand head and shoulder above everything else here. So I've paid my money. I'm ready to rock and roll. I'm ready to be entertained. Can they entertain me better than Elton John at Glastonbury? That is the question. And we will find out. Hasib, shout out to you. Hope you are well, my friends. Serious question. Are you worried by the time we get to Okada Danielson, you'll be burnt out and not enjoy it as much? No. I'll tell you why. Because genuinely, there's a few matches here I don't give a flip about, right? So I ain't going to get burnt out by them. Could I just naturally be tired by the time I get there? Maybe. It's still a long time to sit and just watch things, but I am not going to be on the edge of my seat for a good percentage of these matches because they've not had any builds. I'm not massively invested in some of the people that are on this card. So for me, I'm very clear in my mind as to why I'm watching this. I know why I'm watching this. I know where my interest lies. It's them two matches. It's Danielson Okada. It's Omega Ospreay. If anything else can give me some entertainment, I will be very pleased. I'll take it. But them are the two that I'm looking forward to. So, no, I'm gonna say that I'm gonna pace myself. I don't expect myself to be getting like crazily emotionally involved in loads of stuff here, and hopefully I'll be fresh by the time we get to those two. I mean, I do think that it is a bit silly to put on so many matches. I sort of feel like, you know, if you don't need all this. You just don't need it. Like, you could easily cut this down. Like, I don't know. I sort of feel like CM Punk being on the card, you don't need him to wrestle. You could still have him on the card and cut a promo or do something like that. You don't necessarily need him to be involved in a match. So I sort of look at some of those Owen Hart tournament matches and I'm like, can't you just do them on Dynamite? Like, why are you doing them? Why are you doing them here? So, yeah, I sort of feel like maybe if you'd have cut it down, you could have then spent a bit more time building the 5-6 matches that you did include. But that's not Tony's way. That's never been Tony's way. This isn't something new. And this is something that I think really does divide wrestling fans or people that watch this product. Because this is a conversation I feel like we have every AEW pay-per-view. What I will say is their pay-per-views have been getting much, much better. I mean, when I watched those early ones, they were a slog. There were some of those early AEW pay-per-views I thought were garbage and really just got very, very little from them. But the more recent ones, the ones over the past, say, 12 months or so, I really feel like they've been delivering some really good pay-per-views recently. The standard and the product, I just think, has got, I don't know why, a bit tighter. I don't know if they've been there, done it, got the T-shirt. They have sort of worked out a few of the little problems. And as a result, like, you know, it's just a bit tighter now. I literally have no idea, but I've been enjoying their more recent pay-per-views. But you know, I do feel like we have the conversation of, is this too many matches? How long is too long? Do people get burnt out? And you hear lots of different responses. Some people are like, no, if I'm going to pay money to, because this is $20, right? Or I've paid $20 or £20. I don't know what I paid, 20 something. So yeah, if you are paying your money, people want their money's worth. My counter argument to that is, well, I'm buying for quality, not quantity. Like, I'm literally buying this for 2 matches. Those 2 matches are the reason why I'm buying this pay-per-view, because I know they could be match of the year contenders. I don't need the other flipping 10, 11 matches on this card. I mean, you'd need some. But as I said, you know, 5, 6, 7 matches, that would be my kind of ballpark. But people are split, man. People are split. You know, there's a lot of people that say, give me more. Britney Spears, for example, she says that all the time. Give me more. I want as much as I can for my money's worth. I want my money to, give me all the superstars and as many matches as possible. And then you've got other people that are like, no, shorter, really focus on the match quality, blah, 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 blah. But, yeah, you know, it's up to you as to where you fall on that debate. Daniel said, I know you was excited for Danielson Okada. I am. I genuinely am. It's one of them situations now where the day has arrived. Are you more excited, or do you think Kota Ibushi debuts tonight? I mean, I suppose there's a great chance that we do see Kota Ibushi. I have not given it any thought whatsoever, so I genuinely don't know what the rumor mill is saying. Kota could come in, but to be honest, I was really surprised that he wasn't revealed as a partner. I mean, I felt that he was going to be a partner of Kenny's coming into Forbidden Door, but I suppose the way it's played out is Kenny is now having a singles match. He's not part of the Elite. He's not in a multi-man match. So I suppose in that regard, there's not really a reason for Kota to, have been revealed. So yeah, I think there's a great chance that we see some of Ospreay's partners in crime, whoever they may be. I know Aussie Open, people like that. And then we could see, a reason to bring Kota down, and so Kota then could come down to the ring and chase them all away. To be honest, I don't give a flip about that. I don't care, right? I really don't care. I am focused on the match. I am focused on Danielson against Okada. I am focused on Omega versus Ospreay, and whatever silliness you want to do after, right? Whatever kind of tomfoolery we're going to be doing after the match, don't give a flip. As long as the match is a banger, that's what I'm looking for. Give me Omega Ospreay, right? That was as good as Wrestle Kingdom, or, if it has to be a little bit less, I'll take a little bit less. But that Wrestle Kingdom match was amazing. And Danielson against Okada, I mean, honestly, I'm going to sound like a right idiot, but we're talking about two of the best wrestlers in the world right now. So I really feel like they could put on an all-time classic, right? Now, if this match happens and it stinks out the place, I might regret saying that, but I don't think I'm alone in having that kind of a lofty expectation, because Okada is consistently in the conversation for best wrestler in the world. Danielson is consistently in the conversation for best wrestler in the world. To my knowledge, they've never met each other before, unless it happens like, in the Indies or Ring of Honor or whatever, right? Back in the day, but certainly they've not met each other on this sort of a stage. And so it's special. It's special. That is the match. If I could only watch one match tonight, it's Danielson Okada. I've seen Omega Ospreay. I saw it at Wrestle Kingdom. I've never seen Danielson Okada. And it's Okada as well. I mean, Okada, he might get my nod. Like, when it comes to who is the best wrestler in the world, it's hard to kind of judge as to where Ospreay is in that conversation and where Zack Sabre is and all this kind of stuff. But I've always felt the crown belonged to Okada. I've always felt that Okada is the king, and you've got to take the crown from him. And Danielson is someone that for the longest time was in WWE. And whilst he was in WWE, it was very hard for him to be an amazing wrestler, because in WWE, the match quality isn't all that important. Pay-per-view it is. Pay-per-view it is. But Raw, SmackDown, those kind of matches that are constantly being interrupted by commercial breaks and have like certain spots they have to do before they go to a commercial, and all this kind of stuff. It's very hard to have amazing matches in WWE. If you're gonna do it, chances are you're gonna do it at a pay-per-view, right? And obviously there's only a few of those in the year. So I kind of felt like Danielson had that ability to be the best wrestler in the world, but in WWE, that's not quite the focus. It's not quite the priority. They're not trying to put on 5-star wrestling matches every single time they put a match on, right? That's not what they're doing. So, for Danielson, I kind of felt like he could have been, but I think there was a bit of a shackle that was on him that Okada doesn't have. And dare I say, those in AEW don't have either. Since he's been in AEW, I think we've seen some really good matches out of Danielson. I will say that him being in Blackpool Combat Club, I think, is a bit of a handicap, because, they're big, fun matches that he's a part of, but it's not the same as a singles match, is it? I sort of feel like when we talk about great wrestlers, we don't necessarily talk about multi-person matches. We talk about when they went one-on-one against someone, right? Or if you're a tag team, when they went one-on-one against someone. You don't really focus on factions and faction matches and, do you know what I mean? Blood and guts and all this kind of stuff. Or anarchy in the arena. These are matches that Danielson's a part of, but I don't know how much they add to him being the best wrestler in the world. I don't know how much it adds to that argument. So, this is special. This is special. This is Danielson, Okada, two of the best wrestlers in the world. I have no problem saying that. One-on-one, right? Hopefully, if like all these other matches can have like 3 minutes, then we can get to Danielson Okada and that can have about an hour, right? Give it the time. If they make that match short, right? If they're gonna give flipping Orange Cassidy, Zack Sabre Jr., Daniel Garcia, right? If they're gonna give that 20 minutes, and then they're gonna give the women 20 minutes, and then they're gonna give CM Punk Kojima 10 minutes, and then they're gonna give Blackpool Combat Club Elite half an hour or whatever. If Danielson and Okada gets like 15 minutes, I will riot. I will riot because that match needs time in order for them to tell the story that they want to tell. You know, like 10, 15 minutes. What can you do with that? I kind of feel like that's fine for TV, but this is, honestly. I mean, I'm sure there's people upset Adam Cole's had a boo-boo, but there ain't no tears coming from me, right? And honestly, if some of these other ones want to, you know, have some sniffles or something, you know. If I was working for AEW, I'd be running around going, are you feeling all right? Are you all right? You look a bit under the weather. No. I'll tell Tony you're not well. I'll tell, yeah, we've lost another one. What are we going to do? I don't know, more time for Danielson? What do you think? What do you think? It's just an idea. So, yeah, I am excited. Kian said, Days, I hope you're well. Having a good stream. How was your weekend? Good, thank you. Do you think WWE and AEW have got a possibility of doing a Forbidden Door in the future, as it's 99.9% your thoughts? I think we are... I don't think I ever say 100%. So, and I don't know if I want to start saying it, but I'll stick with a 99.99999. I mean, I am literally knocking on the door of 100% that it will not happen, right? Near enough 100%. I mean, to be honest, I'm so close to 100%. What I've actually done is I've knocked on the door of 100% certainty, yeah? Like that. And I've just sort of lost my confidence and I've just gone and hid behind the bush, right? But that is how close I am to walking through the door of 100% certain that WWE and AEW will not do a Forbidden Door together, right? The only way I can see that happening is the same way it happened with WCW, and that's if one of the companies buys the other, right? And so then, you know, they've got the intellectual property and they can do something then. But just look at WWE. They don't like playing with other people. And, famously, we had Mickie James come out at the Royal Rumble a few years ago. I think, was it 2022, last year maybe? And she had the Impact Women's title. And there was a lot of people getting excited over that. And then a story came out after that, apparently, and I think it was Mickie that told this story. Apparently, Vince saw that she had the Impact Women's Knockouts title, and he said she can't go out with that. And actually said, I'm not having that shown on TV, right? Didn't want anything to do with it. And then Bruce Pritchard had to turn around and say, well, actually, in order to get Mickie, we sort of had to agree that we would show that belt. Otherwise, like, we wouldn't have got Mickie. And to be honest, I think if Vince had known that, I think there would be a chance she wouldn't have got Mickie at the Royal Rumble. So I know there are like people that will point to things like that. Well, they showed Impact at Royal Rumble. Yeah, well, if you know the true story, you'll know that Vince didn't want to show the flipping belt at Royal Rumble. So, and I think it was Mickie James herself that told that story. They don't like working with people, right? Let's be crystal here. AEW, in WWE's eyes, are the enemy, right? They are the enemy. And actually, WWE in Tony Khan's eyes are the enemy as well. So, I don't know. Tony would work with WWE. I've got no doubt about that. But I don't think WWE want anything to do with AEW, so it ain't happening. Dasher Dog, shout out to you. Cameron, hello. Hope you're well, buds. Cameron says, Days, don't know how reliable BWE is, but they reported that Vince changed a lot of SmackDown. Triple H and Nick Khan weren't pleased with how the show came out. There's a meeting tomorrow regarding it. I also don't know how reliable BWE is, but what we see are companies like Cultaholic like quoting them and using them as a source. Now, all I'll say is that means pretty much nothing, because a lot of those companies will use your nan if she says something interesting about wrestling, right? So take it with a pinch of salt is what I would say, until they've actually built up a reputation where we don't have to sit here and say, I don't know how reliable these people are. Once they've got a reputation where we don't have to foreshadow them with that preface, I think that's the right words, then I would start paying it a bit more attention. So I think you worded that very well, Cameron. Shout out to you. I think you worded that very well. I don't know how reliable this source is. And listen, in this day and age, you've got to be so careful. You have got to be so careful. I have seen such rubbish doing the rounds on Twitter and TikTok and social media. There is so much rubbish that gets shared around. I think it's because people want to be seen as being in the know. So they come up with, like, you know, these stories. They, you know, some get made up, some things get exaggerated. And I don't know. I mean, it just seems like that whole side of the business is just exploding. It seems like there's quite a few people that want to be the next Dave Meltzer. There's quite a few people that want to be the next Sean Ross Sapp. And all I will say is, if they have legitimate sources, brilliant, because I'm totally here for credible news. So if this BWE is goods, right, and I don't know them, but I have seen, I think it stands for Better Wrestling Entertainment or something. And I've seen they've been quoted a fair bit. If they are good, if they are reliable, then they will be a welcome addition. Seriously, they'll be a welcome addition, because more reliable sources are very welcome. But honestly, I've got no time for kids that are just trying to get attention, trying to get clicks, trying to get views. You will have seen a lot of the YouTube videos as well. I mean, there are channels. I can't tell you what they're called because I just blocked them. But there are channels that just put out just rubbish, fake news. I mean, it is just fake news. They put out fake news with dramatic thumbnails that are fake and fake titles. And then we get like loads of people running around going, did you see this news? Did you hear about this? Did you hear about that? And then you have to wade through a whole sea of rubbish and nonsense, and it can be annoying. So I really like how you've worded that, Cameron, saying, I don't listen, putting my hands up here, I don't know how reliable this source is, but they've said blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, shout out to you. Harry said, I've not watched AEW in a while, but this card looks stacked. It is. It is certainly stacked. To Boy, hello to Boy123. Sorry for not being so active. Hope you're doing well. I'm good, man. I hope you're well. Hope life is treating you well. Hope you're excited for next weekend and, well, tonight and next weekend. Obviously, it's kind of nice, actually, to be here on a Sunday. Getting ready for a show. 28 minutes till the kickoff show. And then, of course, we got Money in the Bank coming up. Don't forget, I am in London. I know I've been banging on about this, but it's getting closer. If you are in the London area on Thursday or Friday, I am at Waterloo Station. You can come down, chat with me, get a picture with me. I'll do an intro for your channel. I'll do an interview if we can fit it in and there's not like loads of people around. I will do those things happily, right? All for free. Just want to meet as many people as possible. So Waterloo Station, there's a little shopping centre that's just opened in there. It's called The Sidings. And there's going to be D'Lo Brown. He'll be there. There's going to be Mattel showing off new figures. They're going to be there. I'm going to be there. There's going to be a pop-up shop selling merch and figures and all this stuff. And obviously it's all tied in with Money in the Bank. So that's next week. I haven't actually heard. I did ask them, but they weren't sure if they were going to do anything for when AEW comes to London. I did say, are you going to do anything for that? And they were like, don't know, going to see how Money in the Bank goes first. So hopefully if Money in the Bank's a big success and people come out for that, then they might look to do even more things. And the next one would be, wouldn't it, All In? So let's see how it goes. So I'm good to Boy. I hope you are well. James said, Okada Danielson is a once-in-a-lifetime match. I am so hyped for it. Do you know what? I think you've worded that brilliantly, because I think you've worded it. I think you've said what I was trying to say. It's not so much that I'm trying to put down the rest of the cards, right? But to me, the rest of the card looks fine, solid. Like, there's some interesting stuff there. But yeah, you've nailed it. Okada Danielson should be, hopefully will be a once-in-a-lifetime match. Something that we refer to and look back on and talk about for years and years and years and years to come. Like a real marker as to, we took two of the best wrestlers in the world, we put them in the ring at the same time, and this is what they created. This is what they came up with. And to be honest, that's a lot of pressure, and I'm probably going in with expectations way too high, right? Expectations so high, there's only one place for them to go, and that is down, right? But let's see what they can do. If two guys can deliver, it's them two. So I am still really hyped for it. I think I've got a little bit more hyped, actually, as the days come around. I was quite excited about it when I heard about it. I was quite excited talking about it on Wednesday. But now I'm just, I think I've gone up another little notch here. I'm really looking forward to that. And, as I said, Ospreay against Okada. If Ibushi comes out, brilliant. But, again, when you've got a match as special as that and something that could be as great as that, like, whatever's going to happen after is going to happen. Like, let's dial in on the match first, because, again, we could see something really good there. Oh, it's going to be good, man. Come on. It's going to be good. When Bryan and Kenny faced off for the first time, there was an unreal moment where as soon as the bell went, there was a massive pop for about 2 minutes. I think that'll happen again for Okada and Bryan, says Daniel. LA Dork Knight said Meltzer's going to give the match 3, 4, 5. Be interesting to see what he gives the Kenny CM Punk match. There's a real division, isn't there? I mean, I didn't watch Collision. I did see the highlight of the Naito announcement. And I also saw CM Punk talking afterwards, and there was a few boos for CM Punk, seemingly. There was a few boos. They were in Toronto. They obviously weren't in Chicago. And so I didn't see what reaction he got when he first came out, or what reaction he got during the match. I just saw this is what happened after Dynamite went off. Collision went off the air. And it was a real, not great reaction for CM Punk. I can't quite tell if this is a good or a bad thing, because initially I thought it was a terrible thing, because I was thinking AEW need their fans on the same page, right? They need their fans on the same page, because what they need to do is they need to attract more fans, right? If you've got a split fan base, if you've got a division within your fan base that's as deep, seemingly, as some being on CM Punk's side and some being on the Elite side, if you've got a division that's that deep, it's hard to see that that's a good thing or a positive thing. The only thing I would say is I sort of changed my mind a little on it, right? When I thought, could you imagine how big it would be if they do CM Punk against Kenny Omega 1-on-1, right? CM Punk could say to Kenny, I don't want to see the Bucks. Kenny could say to Punk, I don't want to see FTR. It's mano y mano, right? Bragging rights. Punk can make it clear we do not like each other. Punk can make it clear that this, I don't want to use wrestling terms here, but this is not a work. We do not like each other, right? It's fairly well documented that we don't like each other, and I am having to prepare for what is going to happen, and anything could happen when we get in that ring against each other at All In, or whatever it might be. I don't know that they're ever going to be able to do that match. I don't know that there's enough adults in the room that's going to be able to get that match made. But if you think about how passionate the AEW fan base is when it's come to seemingly picking a side, colliding them two sides against each other in a match, main event, CM Punk, Kenny Omega, maybe put them inside some sort of cage, so no outside interference, and don't mess around with it either. Don't mess around with it. Don't say that we're going to put a cage and we're not going to have anyone get involved and then have people under the ring or whatever. Don't do that, right? No one's going to want to tune into that and then feel cheated. It's one-on-one, right? Bragging rights, and you make it a banger. Now, who wins? How you book it? Don't know, right? Maybe you have Punk go over the first time and it eats away at Kenny. Kenny manages to get a rematch made for a year later, and then Kenny wins there. 1-1, we all move on with our lives, right? They both get something to brag about, right? Maybe you do something along those lines. But I just think that if they could do that, who's not tuning into that? Who's not going to tune into Kenny Omega against CM Punk? Who's not going to want to see if someone's going to throw a potato and then someone's going to throw a receipt and then we're going to get into a shoot, right? Because it feels like that could happen, and there'll be people that are going to be wanting to see it and closely watch to see how that plays out. So, I don't know. Part of me thinks this isn't great that there's such division within the AEW fan base. But then the other part of me thinks, well, if you could just get that match made, if you can just find a way, if I'm Tony Khan, I'm going to invite CM Punk to my office. I'm going to invite Kenny to my office. I'm going to lay out the plan. I'm going to talk money, right? And how much could be involved. I'm going to talk about the stadium that I'm going to book to do this flipping match in. I'm going to tell him the 3, 4, 5 month build that we're going to do for it, right? I'm going to lay it out for him, right? Step by step by step. I'm going to tell him what we're going to do on social media. I'm going to tell him like I'm looking for a little bit of a look here at this point, right? And we're going to tease it for a bit and blah, blah, blah. You lay it all out. You tell him the end goal. You tell him even then who wins, how it's the other person's going to get their comeback. We're going to, you're both going to be looked after, blah, 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 blah. And we see if we can get it done, right? Punk might turn around and go, you're out your mind, and leave the room, right? I mean, you just don't know, but that feels like the biggest thing that you could, book in AEW. Genuinely curious, you talk about there being too many matches and pay-per-views being too long, but UFC or boxing card has got more matches and their shows last longer, and you don't say that. So what's the difference, says Planet Dan? Well, there isn't a difference, to be honest. What I would say is that UFC is too long, and I'm quite happy to say that UFC is too long. UFC, the main card, starts, let's say, 3 o'clock. It actually finishes at 5:30 UK time. Depending on like if every match goes the distance, it would wrap up at about 6. We watch the prelims and we watch the early prelims. That's a choice that I make because I want to watch as much as possible, right? I mean, to be honest, we are competing against UFC channels that do nothing but UFC. Week in, week out, day in, day out, content all the time on UFC. So when they do a watch along, they've got a community, right? They've got a big audience. So I have to be like competitive against that. And one of the ways that I'm competitive against that is we go all in, we go big, right? We go big. And so that means we do everything, but it's too long. And I said in the early stages of UFC, this is too long. Like, there's too many matches here. We don't talk about it these days because, I mean, it's literally every single week. So I would sound like a broken record if I was to say it every single week. But it is too long. But the difference would be that their early prelims and their prelims, you don't need to watch that. And that actually equates for the vast majority of the UFC cards. The actual main card itself is about 2.5 hours, 3 hours, which is absolutely fine. I mean, 3 hours is kind of what I look for, to be honest. With tonight, the kickoff show, I believe, is an hour long. So, like, it's an extra hour. Other than that, the main card itself is going to be about 4. I think they've been clocking in at like 4.5 for the main cards. And then you put on the hour kickoff show, which is optional, right? You don't have to watch that. But there are matches on it, and we will watch it. So, 4.5 hours for the main card compared to UFC. That's AEW is longer. And as we said, UFC, the prelims, early prelims, that actually makes up the bulk of the time. So that's the difference between AEW and UFC. In regards to boxing, to be honest, with boxing, we never tune into like the early prelim fights. The reason for that is because it can be really, really difficult to find information on the early prelim fights. So I only ever tune into the main cards, and I would have to disagree strongly that a main card of boxing was longer than an AEW pay-per-view. Main card of boxing, you're looking at around about 3 hours again as well. That doesn't go on for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours like this. I mean, to be honest, I can't really think of anything like main card that goes on for like 4.5 hours. So that's why this to me is different, because if we're comparing the main card of AEW to the main card of UFC or to the main card of a boxing, AEW is longer. It's longer. And it is a battle of nutrition. It is something which it's a form of entertainment that is, wrestling is exciting. Wrestling, you want a hot crowd, you want a vocal crowd, you want a crowd that's going to be engaged and involved. And that is hard to ask a crowd to be engaged and involved and pop for the spots when you have got such fast-paced, action-packed matches that are going to run for 4.5 hours, right? I mean, with this kind of wrestling, which is very full-on, I really think that like you need to be looking at about 2.5 to 3 hours for me personally. And as I said, I look for quality over quantity. The counter argument that I keep coming up against is people saying, well, I've paid for this. And because I've paid for this, I want as much as my money will get me. And it's like, well, I can't really argue with that, can I? There's not really. The only thing I would say is I would much rather go and get the world's nicest hamburger, even if it was, so big, rather than go to McDonald's and for the same amount of money get flipping 10 of their cheeseburgers. I would much rather have a juicy steak, right, for $20 rather than go out and get flipping several bags of mincemeat for the same amount of money. Like, I don't know, it's just, I suppose it comes down to personal preference, doesn't it? But I just sort of feel like, I think, was it Hasib that asked the question earlier? Like, are you a bit worried you'll be burnt out by the time you get to those kind of final matches? And my answer to that is, well, I don't think I will be, because there's matches here that I just don't feel very emotionally connected with. They're matches that I will watch and we will talk about, but I can't see me losing my mind over them, right? I can't see me like screaming the house down, getting worked up, which is kind of what you want to do, to be honest. That's kind of what you should be doing, is getting emotionally involved, emotionally connected to each of the matches that you're being served up. And, to do that for 4.5 hours, that's an ask. That is an ask. This is where, and it brings me back to WrestleMania 35. WrestleMania 35 was a disaster. It was a dumpster fire. It was so bad. They changed it. It changed WrestleMania. In fact, WrestleMania 35 broke WrestleMania, right? If you think about it, because from that date, from that event, we went to 2-night WrestleManias. And do you know why we went to 2-night WrestleManias? Because even WWE themselves said it was too long, right? It was too long. I think that, I can't remember what the main card went for. Was it like 5.5 hours? I think 5.5 hours main card. And then you had like a 2-hour kickoff show. I think we were like clocking in. We're all in, right? So tonight we could be going for like over 5 hours, 5.5 hours, 4.5 for the main card, hour for the kickoff show, 5.5 hours. I think WrestleMania 35 went about 7.5 hours, something like that, right? And I've again seen an interview where they said it was too long. It was way too long. They knew that it wasn't sustainable, and so they changed the model to a 2-night WrestleMania. And so that WrestleMania 36 was 2 nights, and we've not looked back since, and we will never go back now because, you know, not only does it work from a time point of view, but basically they've got 2 WrestleManias now, haven't they? Basically, they've seen that they can sell out 2 nights in a row. That, I suppose, was always the concern. So they can sell out the 2 nights and sell more merch and, you know, all that kind of stuff, and make it an even bigger deal and get, like, you know, advertise it even more matches to advertise and everything. And it is better, to be honest. It is better. I must admit, my preference is still 1 night that clocks in at about 3 hours. I think some of that might be to do with, like, when you're growing up. When you're growing up, like, that's what they were, because they had to fit on a videotape. So when I was growing up, you would never get a show go longer than 3 hours. You'd never get a pay-per-view go over 3 hours because it didn't fit on a videotape. And so it had to be 3 hours max, right? Whereas, and I remember WrestleMania 4 did go over 3 hours, and that was 2 videotapes, and it was in like a double box, right? And it wasn't a very good WrestleMania, to be honest. Sometimes more isn't better, guys. And so, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a product of my youth. It's just how I was brought up, with pay-per-views being 3 hours or less. But yeah, it's just what I look for. And what I will say, though, is I feel like they have sort of, in recent times, reduced it a bit. I think they have reduced it a bit. And the most recent offerings from AEW have been stronger, have been better, have been more enjoyable, I think more credible, more consistent. And I've enjoyed, like, I'd say probably the last 12 months or so. I think their offerings have been much stronger. Taboy said, Days a few weeks ago, I went to a house show and Seth took my phone for a picture. Whoa! Hope you got it back. Hope you got it back, buds. Thief. Should have called the police. Big boss man would have come. James said, for me, Okada Danielson is this generation's Rock Hogan. And Hogan Andre. Thoughts? It's a match I always wanted. Well, I can't, yeah, well, I suppose in the regard of a match you always wanted, I can see why you would go those comparisons. The thing with Hogan Andre is that Andre, I mean, they were 2 massive names at their time. Andre had been a face. He turns heel for that. So it's not like he'd been a monster heel for ages. Yeah, I mean, I think the big difference between this and Hogan Andre is that Hogan Andre was the match. It was the match. There was no doubt. Even at the time, you knew that Hulkamania was in trouble. I mean, Hulkamania was running wild, and he'd beaten, like, quite a few names. Paul Orndorff, Mr. Wonderful. He'd been in feuds with Roddy Piper, of course. The year before, he'd beat King Kong Bundy. You know, there was things that people he'd been going up against and beating. Hulkamania was in its prime. I suppose one of the things is we're not seeing the Yes movement in its prime. And also, Danielson's a heel at the moment, so I suppose the face would be Okada. I don't know necessarily if Okada is in his prime. So, I don't know. In regards, like, I think timing-wise, Hulkamania was running wild. I don't know if anything's running wild for Danielson or Okada right now. The other thing as well is that they battled at a time where Andre was seen as the biggest threat to Hulkamania. you really didn't know which way it was going to go. I mean, a big thing was, could he slam Andre? They said Andre had never been slammed, which was rubbish. They said Andre had never been beaten, which was rubbish. But there was a lot of builds, a lot of lies to make it even bigger, and it was builds, and it was massive, and it was huge, right? I suppose the big difference here is I don't even know if Danielson Okada is going to be the main event. I don't even know if he's going to main event tonight. If you told me tonight the main event was Omega against Ospreay, I'd be like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I can see that. I can see Omega Ospreay being the main event tonight. So I think on a personal level, is this two of the biggest stars going against each other of this generation, like Andre Hogan, like Rock versus Hogan. Yes, I agree. I'm right there with you. But the difference between this and the Andre Hogan one is, as I said, Hogan was in his prime, absolutely at the peak of his powers. I'm not sure I can say that for either of those guys. And it was no one went into WrestleMania 3 with any doubt as to whether it was main eventing or not. But there is like a bit of doubt as to whether this one will main event here. So the build obviously has not been anywhere near as big. This match doesn't feel like it is. It doesn't feel like it is generation defining like those matches did, because we have to admit that this is a much smaller stage than WrestleMania. Forbidden Door compared to WrestleMania, it's a much smaller stage. But it doesn't escape the fact that this could be our personal Hogan Andre. This is like our personal Hogan Andre. This is two big names, two big stars colliding in a match that you really want to see. That, as you said, is like your dream match. So I agree in that regard. It is the same. I probably worded it a bit wrong, but you know what I meant. Yeah, no, in regards to it being like two people, massive giants of the modern era colliding against it. I get that. Days, you say WrestleMania 35 was terrible, but I watched your WrestleMania 35 stream a few days ago, and the whole way through you saying how good it was and said it was awesome, says AEW. I certainly don't remember saying that it was good and awesome and everything. I mean, maybe I did, but I think you would also have to include in your comment the amount of times that I said this was going long, because I distinctly remember saying that this was long and I was worn out, and the main event, I mean, the main event was quite flat. The ending of that main event was what I felt was botched at the time. So I have not watched that stream back since I did it, but from what I can remember and recall from when we watched it, I remember being burnt out. I remember being critical of how long it went. I remember the ending of the main event being what I thought was botched, and I still think was botched, and it not being the ending that we were looking for. And to be honest, I mean, yeah, feel free. It's on the channel. Feel free to go and watch it right now. I certainly don't remember like waving flags, doing cartwheels at the end, saying this was like awesome and amazing and all that kind of stuff. I distinctly remember being quite critical of how long it went. So it was, did I even say it was terrible? Did I say it was terrible? I remember saying that it was the WrestleMania that broke WrestleManias, right? Because it did. Like they said, it was too long. It was a WrestleMania that broke WrestleMania, and then from that point, we had 2 night WrestleManias. So, that's how I felt. That's how I feel. And I've been consistent with that. I mean, WrestleMania 35 is one that we've spoke about quite a few times and referenced back to. Big Time said, have you already deemed Collision a show not worthy of live streams? I know UFC is on Saturday, but there's no UFC shows that end before Collision starts. But there is not UFC shows that end before Collision starts. I don't know what that last bit means. UFC normally is on at the same time as Collision. So normally UFC will start 11 o'clock UK time, and then it will run for a few hours on the early prelims, and it will not start till 3, the main card. So the early prelims start at 11, main card starts at 3. So normally it's on at the same time. So it's not that Collision is not worthy of streaming or anything like that. But as soon as I heard that it was on a Saturday, I knew I couldn't do it because we do have UFC, and UFC tends to start at 11 o'clock. Not every week. This week, yesterday, for example, for some reason, it was on like really early. It's a bit of an anomaly, a bit of an exception. But yesterday's UFC was on really early. But normally it's on, as I said, starting at 11 o'clock at night. Main card starts at 3 a.m. Normally Collision, I think, starts about 1 a.m. So it's on at the same time. Plus also you've got WWE pay-per-views on a Saturday. You've got boxing events on a Saturday. Like there's Saturday is not a day I struggle to find things to watch. Saturday is pretty full on. So the one thing I don't want to do, and I won't do, is people need to know that we stream Raw, we stream SmackDown, we stream Dynamite, we stream NXT. Like, people know that we stream those things because we do it week in, week out, right? I can't do Collision 1 week we do it because UFC's early. Next week, we can't do it. Next week it's a WWE pay-per-view like Money in the Bank next weekend, so we can't do it. But I might be able to do it the week. I ain't doing that. I ain't playing that game. I ain't playing that game of, we can do it this week, but I can't do it next. All I would have then is people asking me all the time, are you doing Collision? Are you doing Collision this week? Are you doing Collision this week? You're doing Collision this week? I ain't having that. So we're never doing Collision, right? And it ain't got anything to do with Collision other than the fact that it's on a Saturday. Right. We are going over to the arena. Just heard Renee. Daisy's reading my mind. I was about to mention WrestleMania 4, said Jim. I zoned in, bud. I zoned in. Right, we've got Renee and we've got RJ City. Daisy, hope you are well. Wanted to ask, it's a really interesting one. Okay. I love interesting ones. What is one match from each of tonight and at Money in the Bank could you see being 5-star candidates? Well, I mean, Omega Ospreay, Danielson, Okada. I could see those being 5-star candidates. Money in the Bank, I suppose the Bloodline ones. I don't think the Money in the Bank ladder matches, because we've seen so many of those. It's so hard to do something new. So I don't think Money in the Bank ladder matches. Well, I can't see Cody Dominic being one. Maybe Seth against Finn could. Maybe, but I don't know. We don't tend to get... Seth doesn't tend to get to those levels, to be honest. He's a very solid 4.25, maybe 4.5. But, you know, when was the last time we got a 5-star Seth Rollins match? So I actually thought his match against AJ was quite disappointing, actually, at Night of Champions. I thought it was okay. It was all right, but, like, it wasn't 5 stars, nowhere near it. So, I don't know. I can't say I'm going into Seth against Finn expecting 5 stars. Roman, Solo, and Usos, though, that one could be 5 stars. You've got the super chats. I don't even think I saw them, to be honest, bud. I think they just completely passed me by. Right, they're just running down the card. Let me get to them. Jason said, I'm excited to see you. Let's go. June 30th. Is that when you're coming down to Wrestling Shop, buds? June 30th. That's the Friday. Friday. All I'll say is try and get there. Well, I mean, to be honest, a lot of people are going to Money in the Bank, aren't they? So I'm guessing they'll want to be at the O2 for like 7ish or whatever. So I'm expecting it to be fairly busy earlier in the day. So I'm sort of looking... I don't know, actually. I haven't figured out what train to get yet. I was thinking of getting an 8 o'clock train back, which means I'll need to leave Waterloo at about 7. So I was thinking of leaving about 7 p.m. on Friday to get an 8 o'clock train to then get back here. But to be honest, I am going to miss SmackDown this week because of being in London. So that means that I am potentially... Because as soon as I'm getting to 7 o'clock, I am starting to think like, oh, probably need to get back now. So it's going to take a couple of hours for me to get back from London. Actually, my last train might be at 9. And that might be my actual last train that I can even get to get back. So just bear that in mind. That's all I would say, because I would hate for you to come down and I've had to run. I'm telling you now. I'm just telling you now. Right. So, Jason, I'll see you on Friday, buds. And Aaron, shout out to you. If you said in 2016 Daniel Bryan would face Okada, we would be only fantasy booking. Tonight it becomes a reality, and that's why I love AEW. Aaron, shout out to you, buds. It is true. It is true. If you was to say that back in 2016, you would be fantasy booking. And honestly, back then, you'd be like, man, there's so much that's going to have to happen in order for us to get to that sort of match, you know? But here we are. Things have happened. We are knocking on that door. United Empire against Loss. Is it United Empire? No. Mogul Embassy. Mogul Embassy versus Chaos. Right, so we've got this multi-person match to kick things off. So, Aaron, shout out to you, bud. I hope you enjoy the action tonight. It's going to be good. That match is going to be... I've got high hopes. High hopes. Wrestlelandy said, Days, you should try and get a cheeky ticket to SmackDown. Well, to be honest, if I did that, I wouldn't be able to... I wouldn't be able to get back. I'm pretty sure by the time SmackDown ends, there ain't going to be any trains back. So I would have to spend another night in London, which then means I'd have to get back on the Saturday. Which, I mean, I suppose I could do. I suppose I could do that, but I don't know. To be honest, I haven't given it any thought because my plan all along was leave London at about 7. Well, leave Wrestling Shop at 7, get to the train at 8, get back to Telford about 10:30, get back home for 11, right, because I live about half an hour away from Telford. Get back here for like 11. And then normally we start our stream at midnight, right? So I've got an hour to basically, put my stuff down, grab something to eat, have a coffee, do whatever. And that was my plan. But then it turns out that SmackDown's live, so I'm not going to be able to do it because I'll be literally on a train as it's happening. And I've not given it any thought than that, so... I don't know. To be honest, I'll probably just come back. At least if I'm back, I know I don't need to have to worry about like train delays or anything like that. I mean, I cannot miss that Money in the Bank stream. So great to hear Kevin Kelly on commentary, isn't it? Great to hear Kevin Kelly on commentary. So we are up and running with this opening contest, which is Swerve Strickland, Toa Leona, Brian Cage and Bishop Khan taking on Rocky Romero, Chuck Taylor, Trent Beretta, and El Desperado. So I believe 2 of those guys whose names I'm really not familiar with, I believe those are the Gates of Agony guys. And I don't know their names. But Toa and Bishop, apparently. Brian Cage and Swerve. So... Actually, Swerve going to the outside. Brian Cage is out there. We got a little countdown clock. At the moment, it's Chaos that are in control. Desperado. Matt said, Days, will we get a good showing from Lobs tonight, or will he phone it in? If he's up for it, it could be a real banger. I once saw him in Leeds in 97. He was drunk. He stole my crisps. Oof. He sounds very MJF. That sounds like an MJF move, bud. Sounds like the kind of thing he would do is steal people's crisps and then throw alcohol on a child. Listen, he's a professional. I saw an interview with Lobs. He says that he wants to really add to his legacy. So I don't think he'll phone it in. But he said that before, and then he has phoned it in. So you never know. He's so unpredictable. But he's making all the right noises. Kevin Kelly brought up Punk's UFC career. I said, please don't bring up that embarrassment. Well, one of them got turned to a no contest, didn't it? 'Cause the other guy was on drugs. Got done for drugs. So he's not got 2 losses now. He's got 1 loss and 1 no contest, I believe. Listen, small victories. Well, it wasn't really a victory, but you know what I mean. Jim said, my roommate who doesn't watch AEW is at the show tonight. That's interesting. They've, decided, what made them go along? Jim, what made them go along? Daniel said, MJF in his Collision promo last night said he has demanded he is the first match so that he can get out the building. Tony is going to be a champion in AEW next year. Toa is going to be a champion in AEW next. I thought you said Tony. Tony Khan. Don't do drugs. Don't do drugs, guys. Double shoulder tackle. Oof. Senton. Swerve down. That's a lovely little roll. Nice suplex. I really like Swerve. Swerve and Keith Lee were so good together. I think we separated them too soon, you know. I think they got separated too soon. Because we haven't done much with either, really. I think there might have been some injuries in there and whatnot. But looking at where both guys are, I mean, Swerve's probably doing a bit better than Keith Lee, who's decided to go for the old man wizard vibe. But I really enjoyed that tag team. Do you remember their matches between, was it them and the Acclaimed? That was last year, I think. They were some of my favourite matches of last year. Really, really good. Couple of back elbows. That should count as a win for CM Punk, not a no contest. If a football team is all on drugs in a Champions League final, I'd expect the other team to be given a win. Well, Death Valley Driver. I think CM Punk would argue the same as well. Truth is, he was awful. So it's sort of hard to give him a dub for just turning up. It's sort of difficult to give him the dub for that reason, but you know. I love Swerve and Keith's tag team. I hope they reform again. Saying Swerve and good just does not compute, said Jim. Oh, Jim's hating. Jim's being a hater. Nice. Oh, Snapdragon. So, both guys are down at the moment. Brian Cage trying to get over to his corner. Gates of Agony getting involved, so tag not made. Beretta is struggling to make the tag here, so Brian Cage going over. It's Swerve and Cage that are working on Beretta. Beretta goes hard into the corner. Here's Swerve. Swerve goes into the corner as well. Cage collides into Beretta. Now we've got the Gates of Agony. So Trent is... Oh, he slumps out the way. Really like Gates of Agony, man. They got such a good look. Such a good look. Love to see them against the Usos. Swerve goes down. Tag. In comes El Desperado. Down goes Swerve. Back elbow. Swerve down again. Kicks the midsection by Swerve. Swerve going against the ropes. Spinebuster. 1, 2. Kick out. Desperado throws in a shot to Brian Cage. Kick coming in there by Desperado. Kick coming into the midsection. Gates of Agony coming in. Back elbow by Desperado. Drop toe holds. Swerve just got drop toe holded onto a member of the Gates of Agony. We've got commentary tables at ringside. So we've got a hug, best friends, and Rocky Romero. They come in, they give Desperado a hug. Dace, do you think WWE in 2016 was the GOAT year of wrestling? We had Cena, Styles, all 3 members of the Shield were champions. What matches are your favorite in that year? Thoughts? I don't think it was the GOAT year for wrestling. I think it was a decent year for wrestling. I think it was, dare I say, WWE's last great year. I mean, what I remember from that year more than anything else is AJ coming in. So AJ coming in at the Rumble and him then going on to... didn't he win the World Championship that year, like later that year? And so that's the big takeaway I've got from 2016. Seem to remember that being a year as well where I think the women really got going. Because in 2015, that's when we brought up like Charlotte and everyone, and we had the factions. We had PCB and Team Bella and all that stuff. I think by the time we get into 2016, we're starting to see some real movement with the women's divisions. So I'd have to have a look back to see what women's matches happened that year, but I remember there being some good women's matches as things really started to heat up with Charlotte, Sasha, Becky. I don't think Bayley had come up by that point. Maybe she came up in 2016, but she wasn't part of that initial group, was she, in 2015? And Owens was around that year, wasn't it? Was that the year of was that Cena's US Open challenge around that time? And Owens coming up? Oh, Swerve misses. That might have been 2015, actually. It's around that time. Yeah, when I think 2016, I mean, that is a year that I think might have been their last great year. That was the first year of the channel, actually. That's when the channel started. Oof. Swerve gets pinned for 2. Through the ropes goes Taylor. Over the top rope goes a member of Gates of Agony. How you been, Days? I haven't been on for a while. I've noticed not much has changed in the world of wrestling other than Collision, which just became like Rampage, says Undercover Manager. I don't know, actually. I haven't seen any ratings for yesterday's Collision. I don't think they'll be out till Monday. A bit early to say if that's become a new Rampage. I don't know. I feel like it's got a bit more about it. Like it feels like you need to tune into Collision. It feels like things happen. Like, you know, yesterday they showed off Naito. And Swerve picks up the pin here. So it is a win for the Gates of Agony, Swerve, and Brian Cage. Don't know how I feel about Mogul Embassy. Really like Gates of Agony. I really like Swerve. Don't know how I feel about Brian Cage. Please acknowledge 98 as the real GOAT year of wrestling. I can't do that. Can't do that because I'm not the biggest Attitude Era fan. It might be the year that financially is like a GOAT year. But actually saying that, I mean, the money they're making right now is probably more. Yeah, I don't know. I might struggle with that. I actually have a soft spot for 97, to be honest. I really love that year where things are brewing. The pieces are being put in place, but it's not quite Attitude Era yet, but it's just before. I mean, like 97, you've got the Montreal Screwjob, you've got the arrival of Kane, you've got so many things. Like obviously Stone Cold's up and running by that point as well. Rock's up and running at that point. So, but you've got some really interesting stuff in 97. I just find, for me, like the Attitude Era at times, it's like it's metal, isn't it? And it's a bit dark, and I don't know. Some of the fun goes, I think. Some of the fun goes. It's all real, like, dark and serious, and it's just not my favorite time. I can acknowledge it for what it is. It's an incredible time. It's, as I said, WWE's most successful time. Would we still be here without it? It's a very important time, but I can't say it's my favorite. I've always been a late 80s, early 90s child. If you want to talk wrestling, let's talk Macho Man. Let's talk Ultimate Warrior. Let's talk Andre the Giant. Let's talk Hulk Hogan. Let's talk $1 Million Man. Let's talk, Haku, Rowdy Roddy Piper. Those are the sort of Dusty Rhodes. Those are the sort of Ric Flair, of course, coming in. That's the stuff that floats my boat. Jake the Snake Roberts, come on, Jake the Snake Roberts. Akeem, the African Dream. Earthquake, Typhoon, The Natural Disasters, Legion of Doom, Demolition. Attitude Era can't cope. It can't cope. Attitude Era, it looks at all of that amazing talent and it buckles. It withers. It doesn't stand up to it. You could go toe-to-toe with someone that shouts out Attitude Era names. I think Golden Era brings it down. I think Golden Era makes Attitude Era humble. Right, we've got... who's this boomer? Right, it is Athena against Billy Starks. The Ring of Honor Women's Champion. Athena. Wow, I didn't know that. Athena is on a 47 match undefeated streak. I didn't know that. She's been so dominant. She's on a 47 fight win streak. Stepping in there with Billy Starks. I understand you grew up with the generation, but you don't think Attitude Era was better? No. It's the fans' favorite era and was the best time to be a wrestling fan. Agree? No. I don't think it's better. I think it's more important. I think it's the era that's got fans connected with I don't know. I mean, I would say that it was the era that like broke into the mainstream. When you think about late 80s, you talk to people about wrestling, there's a good chance that people will talk to you about The Rock and Stone Cold and Triple H and Kane, right? Those became like household names. But my counter argument would be, well, Hogan was a household name. Macho Man Randy Savage was a household name. WWE, I think, were able to break into pop culture in the 80s. And so they managed to break into pop culture and become, like, part of the conversation with Hulkamania, which was, I mean, it's hard for people to really appreciate how big Hulkamania was because we are so far removed from it now. But it was everywhere. It was massive. Like, everyone knew Hulk Hogan. And I feel they still do. I mean, I feel like you can talk to people that you're a wrestling fan and they might be like, all right, mention the name Hulk Hogan and people are going to know that name, right? So I feel like it was massive in the late 90s. There was some excellent stuff that happened, but there was some horrific stuff. Women's wrestling was close to non-existent. And actually, if anything, it was derogatory. It was degrading. It was, like mud matches and all that kind of stuff, evening gown matches and things along those lines. The comedy was, I didn't think very funny. I didn't think the humor was that great at that time. The story between Stone Cold and Vince is amazing. Fantastic, right? I mean, you're talking about one of the best stories. Obviously, bringing in Tyson at WrestleMania 14, amazing, right? I mean, you'd be an idiot to say that it was not the most popular. I feel like if you used to ask most people, what's your favorite era? I agree. The majority will say Attitude Era. But I have very little fondness for it. I watched it. I got some from it, I was a fan of WWE during that era. I didn't step away or anything like that. I watched it. I got enjoyment from it. But if we're talking about what's the best, no way can I say Attitude Era. I preferred Ruthless Aggression over Attitude Era. I'd take Ruthless Aggression over Attitude Era. I would take this era over Attitude Era, whatever this is, because I think the Bloodline story has been amazing, right? I think it's been one of the best stories. Like, for me, I've just loved it. Absolutely loved it. And I think women's wrestling is in such a good place at the moment. And I think the women have really put on some great stuff. Roman Reigns is just right in the conversation. Just really up there. I suppose the thing was, I was never massive into Stone Cold. Like, he was cool, but I don't know. I was never massive into him. And I think that made a big difference. Maybe if I was like mental for Stone Cold, then that era would have meant a lot more, but I wasn't. I'm a Shawn Michaels guy. Shawn Michaels ain't around in the Attitude Era. He gets injured like early 98, doesn't come back till 2002, and the Attitude Era is wrapping up then. So, one of my favorite, and The Undertaker, that's when he goes through his American Badass phase, right? Which I just don't like compared to the Dead Man, right? Dead Man for me, early 90s Undertaker, goated. Midnight is Undertaker. Yeah, cool. Still enjoying it, right? American Badass. It's not what I was looking for, man. It's not what I was looking for. But I get why he had to do it, because he had to become edgy, didn't he? He had to be like more in line with everyone else. The Attitude Era was an era where Undertaker had to move away from his gimmick, right? I love Undertaker and I love Shawn Michaels. They're my two favorites, and I just don't think that was a good era for either of them. Bret Hart as well. Love Bret Hart, in-ring technician. One of the greatest wrestlers WWE has ever seen. Goes at the end of 97. So there's no Bret. There's no Shawn. Not my favorite era of Undertaker. Next to no like good women's wrestling. There's a few bits, but nothing compared to what we've got now. Oh, horrific bomb there by Athena. 1, 2, shoulder up by Billy Starks. But if anyone was like passionate about the Attitude Era, I get it. It's not that I don't get it. It's not that I don't understand why people love it. I understand. It's just not for me. It's just not my favorite era. But it can be yours. It can be yours. It's fine. Billy Starks getting up to her feet. There's a right hand there by Athena as Billy Starks goes back against the ropes. She tries to respond with a forearm strike. Just over half an hour to go. Billy Starks with a drop kick. There's something in the ring, and I can't tell what it is. Something like on the mat. I think it's hair extensions, maybe. These two are just exchanging drop kicks at the moment. Billy Starks drop kicked Athena. She went back against the ropes. Now Athena moves out the way, looking for a standing moonsault. Starks against the ropes. Basement drop kick. Looking for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up. The best match of WWE was Taker versus Shawn. Love that match. I agree. I love that match. WrestleMania 25. I'll take the 25 over the 26. Oh, I love that match. I mean, they are genuinely my two favorites. I love those two. So the fact that they were able to meet at WrestleMania and create the magic they did, amazing. I'm so pleased we were able to get that match. Billy Starks just jumps off the top and lands back first on the edge of the ring, delivering like a senton. So she smashes into the edge of the ring. Athena then delivers a knee strike. Look good. This is a good little match, this, you know. They're going for this, these two. Oof. 1, 2, double knees there by Athena. Athena picks up the win. So it's a victory for Athena. No great surprise, but there was some hard-hitting stuff in that match. Commentary is so much better for this show. I'm actually not someone that's that down on AEW commentary, although I do think Tony Schiavone needs to get well away from the commentary table, right? I think Excalibur and Taz are fine. I think they're fine. But this is so much better. Athena making her way up the ramp. We've got Renee and RJ City. And now they're just previewing some of the other matches. The Attitude Era summed up one moment would be when Stone Cold came out to help Mick Foley beat The Rock for the title. The loudest ovation I have ever heard, says Wrestle with Andy. Amy Jobson said, I was at Taker HBK2. It was amazing. Felix said, I would say the early 2000s SmackDown was better. All-time SmackDown roster, Eddie, Benoit, Chris, Ed. I mean, yeah, that is amazing. I agree. That is when we get the brand split and we get Paul Heyman, I think, writing for SmackDown. And like, you know, WWE have to create their own rivalry and everything. You know, what we saw with SmackDown then was fantastic. It was fantastic. That's why I'm saying, like, then we see the arrival. You know, I mean, Brock comes along, 2002. We see Cena. We see that OVW class come through. We've still sort of got like an Attitude Era vibe, but it's evolved. You know, it's evolved, and in fact, we do get Evolution as well. We do get Evolution. So yeah, I don't know. I find myself leaning more to Ruthless Aggression, but if I was to pick any era, the one that I think, and this is where nostalgia plays a massive part. I will be completely honest. Nostalgia plays a massive part. I do class myself a late 80s, early 90s kid. I'm someone that just, those are my superstars, you know? the figures I played with when I was young were like Jake the Snake Roberts and Rowdy Roddy Piper, Hulk Hogan, Macho Man, British Bulldog. I mean, Bulldog against Bret Hart, SummerSlam 92. Oh, SummerSlam 92. Undertaker debut at Survivor Series 1990. The start of Raw in early 93 at the Manhattan Center. I mean, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. Macho Man being bit by the snake and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I just love all that stuff. Love all that stuff. WrestleMania 9, I mean, it's regarded as one of the worst WrestleManias, but I would love to have been there. Really interesting as well, because that was around the back of Caesar's Palace, and I think they've kind of built on the land where WrestleMania 9 was. So you can't even really go and visit it now. You can sort of go to the spot, of course, but it's got buildings there now, the stuff that's there. So it's a real shame. Basically, what I'm saying is we will never see another WrestleMania 9. And a lot of people are relieved about that. Here's the Wyatt family. Here's Wyatt 6. Okay, so Stu Grayson. So Vincent and Dutch have come down with Stu Grayson. So it is going to be Stu Grayson against El Phantasmo. I don't know how this match has come about, to be honest. I sort of feel like these two should be on either Collision or Dynamite. There's a lot of hype around them joining Bray. I also feel like Stu Grayson really should be in different attire. He still looks like he's in the Dark Order. You've got like those two, the Righteous, they're in like white suits. If they've taken Stu Grayson under their arm, I would sort of feel like he'd probably should be in like white trunks. Like he should be in line with them. Right, we are underway. Never forget the triple threat match for the World Heavyweight Championship between all three members of the Shield. That was 5 stars, which till this day is my favorite match of 2016, says Kian. They confirmed Bryan Okada main event. RJ City said, let's take a look at 2 people in our main event tonight. And now we've gone to this video package between Okada and Bryan, says Daniel. What match do you think will be better, Okada, Bryan, or Kenny and Ospreay? A great question. I feel that Omega and Ospreay is going to be right up there, right? That is, I think, as close to a 5-star guarantee as you're going to get, right? Now, we've seen them fight before, so it's going to be a bit difficult for them to give us a match as good as what we've seen before. So I feel like this match, we know that the chemistry between them is amazing, right? We know there's a history there. We know the chemistry. We know they work together in the ring. I just don't see them being able to put on a bad match, right? We don't know what Danielson and Okada are going to be like, because we don't know what their chemistry is like. Sadly, there are times where you can put 2 people in a ring and it just does not gel. And I do worry that Danielson and Okada might be that, right? I do worry about that. If they gel, they will be the better match, right? Because we've never seen it before. And I think we have seen Omega and Ospreay. Omega and Ospreay was incredible, but I can't see them bettering what they did just because it was so good. I can't see them bettering it. So I think this runs the risk of it being damn good, but at the end, a lot of people saying really good, really enjoyed it, but I did enjoy their first match. I could see that being the conversation, but it's still going to be around that 4.75 mark, 5-star 4.75. I can definitely see them delivering that. So if Danielson and Okada is going to beat that, they're going to have to gel in the ring. I think they will. I think they will, but I'm not 100% certain on it. So what I would say is, if you was a betting man as to which match is going to get the bigger rating from Dave Meltzer, I would say Okada against Ospreay is pretty much guaranteed to get 4.5, 4.75, 5 stars. It's guaranteed to get one of those, right? You want to go and have a gamble, then you could go with Danielson and Okada, but we really don't know what their chemistry is going to be like. So you're gambling as to whether it is going to be the better match or not. Because if the chemistry is not right, it could end up being a 3.75. If the chemistry is right and they are given time, it could smash 5 stars. It could smash it because both of them are top tier talent. So I am going to be positive. I know that's come as a surprise, but I am going to be positive, and I'm going to say that they are going to do exactly that. There is going to be chemistry. They are going to smash it, and I'm going to say that it will be Danielson Okada that's the match of the night. But I might be wrong. They might have no chemistry, and it might turn out to be Ospreay against Omega. For me, it's one of them. It's either of those matches, right? If at the end of this, we're talking about how amazing Tony Storm against Willow Nightingale was, and that was match of the night, I will be shocked. Not because I don't think they're not very good, but just because something's gone wrong with the two main event matches, right? Because they should be stealing the show. So that's what I think about that. I think it depends on who books Okada Danielson match, says James. Anna, hello. Deja said Naito is one of your favorites. Yes. So who from AEW would you like to see him face? Well, I would like to see a build where there's like a proper story, but I would like to see him. I actually don't want to see him against like a Danielson, because I think the reason why Naito is one of my favorites is because he's amazing in ring, but I wouldn't even say he was the best in ring. Nice. Super Hurricanrana by El Phantasmo. El Phantasmo up top. Looking for a frog splash. Connects. Looking for a pin. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Grayson. So, yeah, I wouldn't say he was the best. He's not far off the best. He's one of the best. But, I've said before, I think Okada's king. I think if you're talking about in-ring, I think Okada has the crown, right? Ospreay, there'll be people that argue he's the best. There might even be other people that argue, I don't know, Takahashi or some other people, right? I've never felt that Naito is the best in ring, but he's not far behind. He's right in the conversation. But what I love about him is he has got a great character. He's got a great personality, a great character, right? I mean, I don't know quite what they've got him doing at the moment, but you go back a few years and he was always didn't care. Like, he always felt like he was never getting the opportunities that he deserved. And he was quite anti-establishment. He was kind of like always fighting against the system. And he would win the belts. And then just because he didn't appreciate the office and he was kind of the outsider, he would walk to the ring like dragging the belts behind him, right? Just because he didn't care about the belts. Like, he didn't care about the belts, didn't care about the office, didn't care about the establishment. And I just, it's that kind of anti-authority kind of vibe. It works so well. We spoke about Stone Cold, who obviously was a massive symbol of that, being anti-authority. Al Phantasma manages to get the pin and the win there. So he gets a victory over Stu Grayson. So yeah, for me, I think he can go in the ring, but he's such a good character that you want a match that's got a story. You want a match that you can really build some. So I'd want him to go up against someone that sort of represents power, someone that represents authority. So I think I would kind of like Tony to have a wrestler that is a heel, that he gives opportunity to, that maybe I can't say doesn't deserve it, but you know, imagine if Orange Cassidy was a heel and Tony kept giving him opportunity, right? Even though he didn't deserve it, and he kept given opportunity. It would be someone like that I would want to see Naito go up against. Someone that was the teacher's pet, that was the authority's favorite. Because we all know that Tony loves Orange Cassidy. Because of Orange Cassidy's gimmick, though, it wouldn't work because, like, hands in the pockets and, you know, laid back, don't care. He's not the right wrestler for that role. But the point I'm making is someone that Tony really likes, that he keeps giving opportunity to, that doesn't quite deserve it. Monster heel. You know, you could maybe look at like an MJF type if we sort of went down that road. You know, MJF can't stand Tony. That's the story there. So, again, that doesn't quite work. So, I don't know that there is anyone that's perfect, in my opinion, at the moment. MJF, you could do that match, but it's not the kind of story I'm looking for. As I said, I'd be looking for someone that Tony was really building up, giving opportunity to, and then Naito could come in and knock down a peg or two, you know. So, I don't know. I mean, I really don't want to be boring and say MJF, you know, or something like that. I'm trying to explain the kind of thing I would be looking for. I just don't think it really exists. But I'm sure you could put a little story together if you gave it enough time and enough build. Here is United's Empire making their way down. So this is Jeff Cobb, Carl Fletcher, and TJP. TJP, let's go. TJ Perkins. Do you remember his entrances? That was 2016. The whole Cruiserweight Classic. Malarkey. TJ Perkins. So they are taking on Los Ingobernables, Takagi, Bushi, Takahashi. We've only got 14 minutes. We ain't got loads of time here. Takahashi. I must admit, I'm really surprised that Takahashi didn't make it onto the main cards. So, Los Ingobernables, D. Japan against United's Empire. Days of Okada Danielson was left alone to create magic in ring, then instant classic, says James. Brenton, shout out to you, said, Days, I hope you are well. Ready for tonight. Who could be the show stealer? Top 2 matches aside. I think MJF Punk matches could be matches of the night. Prayers to Cole also. So who could steal it outside of the top 2? Well, I love Naito, but there is a lot going on in that 6-person tag match. There's a lot going on in the 10-man tag match as well. I really don't know what to expect from CM Punk, considering he's been away as long as what he has. Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with you with MJF and Tanahashi. Tanahashi is a great talent. He is getting on in age, though. I mean, I feel like his best years are well behind him. He's been in some wars, man. I mean, he is the ace of New Japan, but made his debut in 1999. He's been wrestling for 24 years. He's still not that old. I mean, he's 46. But yeah, he's been wrestling for a long, long time. A long, long time. So it's hard to know what you're going to get out of him, to be honest. Oh, he's not like completely broken down or anything, right? This isn't like Jushin Thunder Liger coming back or anything, right? He's still an incredible talent, but is he capable of working with MJF and delivering like a 5-star match? I don't have that expectation on him, but outside of the top two, I would agree. I think that that is a match which I'm intrigued by. I'm actually intrigued to see what condition he's in. That is actually a big part of the appeal, is seeing, you know, how good Tanahashi is going to be in 2023. Because, you know, I've been watching this guy for years and years and years. But he seems to have just been kind of moved away from the main event picture. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. IWGP Heavyweight Champion list. When was the last time that Tanahashi was champion? Okay, so he's not held the new combined title, which was early 2021. The belt that Sanada's got. That's never been held by Tanahashi. So let's go back. Last time he was champion. January 4th, 2019. Early 2019. You're going back over 4 years ago since he held the top title. And since then, we've looked at a fair few other people. Switchblade Jay White, Okada, Naito, Evil, Ibushi. It's obviously with Sanada right now. So he's sort of, you know, before that, he was constantly in the main event. Constantly. I mean, he wins it, I think, first time in 2006. 2006. Then he wins it in 2007. Then he wins it in 2009. Again in 2009. Then in 2011, then in 2012, then in 2014, then he gets it in 2019 and he's not held it since. So we are underway with this tag match. Takahashi is in the ring. He is. Tag is being made. He is an 8-time IWGP heavyweight champion. It's mental, isn't it? If you look on Wikipedia, his list of accomplishments, I mean, it would take me 4 hours to read them out. He had Wrestling Observer's Match of the Year 2012, 2013, 2016. He was Wrestler of the Year 2011, 2012, 2013. He was Wrestling Observer's Wrestler of the Decade for the 2010s, Tanahashi. He went into their Hall of Fame in 2013. He's been in the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame for 10 years already. I mean, we are just talking about one of the absolute greats. So, yeah, to see him in there with MJF is going to be really special. But as I said, the question mark is, where is he in 2023? What's that level? TJP is Takagi. TJP throws a kick out. Good work so far by United Empire. Ooh. Goes through a clothesline. No joy. TJP on the... Oh, man, that was sick. That was sick. Against the ropes. Manages to get him, throw him up, straight on the shoulders. Brilliant. A Roman charging over, collides in. Los Ingobernables. Oh, super kick by Tanahashi. Jeff Cobb comes in and makes the save. Axe handles there by Tanahashi, but Jeff Cobb didn't feel them. This is a really fun match. Drop kick by Tanahashi. Bushi goes over the top to the outsides. Yeah, we're only just over 6 minutes ago. This is a really good match. I enjoyed the women's match. I thought that was quite hard hitting. Maybe a little sloppy in places. Nothing disastrous, but nice counter by TJP. TJP going back in the corner. Around the houses. It was looking for a tornado DDT. Didn't get it. Super kick by TJP. Clothesline. He goes down. There's action on the outside of the ring. Takahashi's jumped on the back of Jeff Cobb. Oh, TJP is planted. And done. Did you see my tweet? I was hoping Triple T relived with his Joker face. I haven't been on Twitter today, to be honest, buds. I got up and worked on my Money in the Bank predictions, so I put that up earlier. Then I had something to eat. Then what did I do then? Oh, I did a little bit of work on another video. Then I watched Elton John for 2 hours. True story. He was amazing. And then I was a little bit late for this stream, but I jumped onto this. I haven't actually been on social media too much. Daniel said, reports have come out from Meltzer and Sean Ross Sapp after Omega and Ospreay's first encounter. Both men held back for another meeting down the line, so it might be better tonight. It's hard to see it being better. It's hard to see it being better. I mean, I think Meltzer gave it 5 point something. Let's have a look and see. Omega Ospreay becomes the second highest rated match of all time. Ospreay Omega, which saw Omega emerge as a victor, received 6.25 from Dave Meltzer. I mean, the other match that got a 6.25 rating was Okada and Omega at Dominion. So, you know, I've said many times, Okada Omega, for me, that is this generation's Steamboat Ric Flair. And Meltzer gave the second match in that trilogy 6.25. And only one match has scored higher, and that is the 7-star match between Okada and Omega at Dominion in 2018. Don't you think that's insane? Their second match got 6.25 from Meltzer. Their third match got 7 stars. If you have never seen Okada and Omega, you have to. Because even if you don't enjoy it, even if you don't get anything from it, I still feel like you have to see it. I still feel like you have to see it to be able to really talk about wrestling in this generation. Like that is the mountaintop. That is the peak. If this wrestling in this generation was Everest, the flipping flag that's on top of it is Omega and Okada. So it's really hard to see tonight's Ospreay Omega match getting anywhere near that, to be honest. I mean, if it does, amazing, but it's really I don't have that expectation. I don't have any expectation that anything's going to be above 5 stars tonight. I don't even think anything should be above 5 stars. You know, out of 5, 6.25. Out of 5, 7. But I've got an expectation that I could see them delivering a 4-7-5, maybe a 5. What does Danielson Okada do? It's going to be good. It's going to be special. Godfather So said, I am blazing that Triple B, not the belt. Bam Bam Bigelow. It causes flames on your head. Looking forward to MJF, and then we will see how long after that. R.I.P. Boris Zukov. He was an American. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Days, do you remember AJ Nakamura feud was meant to be 5 stars, and then that fell flat because the story only revolved around low blows? Yes. That was a bit disappointing, wasn't it? That feud. Definitely feel like we should have got more out of that. There's quite a few examples. That's my concern with Danielson and Okada, is that it's just not gonna gel, or we're gonna focus on something we shouldn't focus on. The story's not gonna be quite right. I think what James said earlier is true. Like, who's producing the match? If they're left to their own devices, which hopefully they will be, and I've got to think Tony would do that. I can't imagine Tony's going to walk up to Danielson and Okada and tell them how to do their match. And if he is, he deserves to have this flipping company took off him somehow, right? I've got to think they're going to be left to their own devices. Go watch a Beyond Wrestling card. Indie is where the amazing matches happen, says William. Brenton said, what are your expectations of Sanada Jungle Boy? Could we see Jungle Boy's heel turn tonight? Would you save that for TV? I would do it tonight to freshen up Jack Perry. I to be honest, I would save it, because I don't know what you can do. If he starts beating up Sanada, is anyone gonna care? Like, I don't know how much of a heel turn it would actually be, because to be honest, I don't know. I'm guessing if you bought a ticket to this, you have got a good knowledge of New Japan. I've got to think if you are there, you are the fans that know about New Japan and care about New Japan. But certainly in the build for this, there's not been big reactions for New Japan stars. And we said, Jay White hit the ring a few weeks back to silence. I actually thought it was quite quiet when Naito came out. There was a nice little pop, but they were not losing their minds. And actually, when Naito was in the ring, again, the crowd were quite quiet. So I don't know. It's hard. I don't know. I can't get a read. I cannot get a read as to how into New Japan the current AEW fans are. I think there's an appreciation for New Japan, but I don't know how much of a knowledge there is. And that's not me being disrespectful to AEW fans. I just think there's a lot of youngsters, a lot of people that have got into AEW since it started that weren't following Kenny and the Bucks when they were in New Japan. They weren't aware of New Japan or aware of them there. It's since they've flicked through the channels or seen an advert or whatever it might be that they've discovered AEW. So that just means that a lot of these New Japan names, they don't mean anything to some of this audience. So with that factored in, I don't know that I would be making any kind of seismic changes to people's character on this show, because I just don't know. I don't know how much it would hit. If you want Jungle Boy to turn heel, there's things you can do on a Dynamite or whatever. But on here, if he starts beating up Sanada or something, I don't know how much that will land. Right, we are starting with MJF and Tanahashi. We're opening with the AEW Championship. Okay, so New Japan is an indie written on the back of MJF's jacket. So MJF making his way down to the ring. Can these two put on a great match? As I said, for me, the appeal here of this match is not so much MJF. It's Tanahashi and what can he do? And what can he do with MJF as well? This is a very different match for Tanahashi. Tanahashi is used to working with some of the absolute best in-ring competitors, and MJF is someone that has shown that he can carry his own and he can hold his own. But I don't know that anyone would say that he's an in-ring technician like an Okada or a Naito or those kind of talents. Right, we're getting the introductions. Go Ace! Go Ace! Hiroshi, Tanahashi. His ears, man. His ears are messed up. So we've got both of the ring announcers. Cornette said the match could be good, but doesn't know if Tanahashi can work like an American babyface to make it look good. Could be a styles clash. Thoughts on that? Yeah, I agree with that. I think that this is a slightly different style to what Tanahashi is going to be used to in New Japan. And so it's going to be interesting. It is a little bit like two worlds colliding. It makes for an interesting matchup, though. A very interesting matchup. You sort of feel like Danielson really studies wrestling and is a mat technician. Danielson is someone that I think could go to New Japan and just, eat it up. Just loves learning, wants to experience everything, just wants that knowledge. I don't really get that from MJF. MJF's going to do his thing, MJF's going to do his thing. I don't think MJF's looking to go and... He's not a sponge that's looking to soak up all this knowledge and whatever. MJF knows what works, knows what he needs to do, knows how to be a heel. And so he's going to do that. There's not as much compromise from MJF in the ring. So it is true. These are two different styles. And it's going to be interesting to see how they mesh. It coming in there by MJF. And he's doing some taunting of Tanahashi. Coming in by Tanahashi. Headlock there by Tanahashi. Goes against the ropes. Shoulder tackle. MJF goes down. MJF rolls out the ring. So MJF a couple of times going to the ropes, having to reset. We're seeing a lot of interacting with the crowds. MJF's saying forget this and he's deciding to walk away. MJF says, I'm the champ. So Tanahashi is starting up a coward chant. MJF making his way back down to the ring. It's a weird tactic, this, don't you think? It's a bit like killing time. Now he's going for a handshake. So they shake hands, kick to midsection, but Tanahashi catches the leg. Slap coming in there by Tanahashi. Tanahashi against the ropes as MJF goes down. We've seen a lot of interacting with the crowd, taking time out of this contest. Tanahashi charges over. The referee now getting involved. It's like a house show type match. Maybe they're going to, I don't know, maybe they're going to work for a while. Perhaps they're taking a bit of time out the early stages because this match is going to have some time. Tanahashi getting hung up on that rope. MJF goes over to the crowd and interacts with the crowd again. Song lyrics said, AEW, WWE, Forbidden Door is what I and the fans need. Song lyrics, shout out to you, buds. Redemption said, I can't take wrestlers seriously when they look out of shape versus someone that is. Brenton said, I think it depends on who MJF is studying. As far as New Japan goes, maybe not, but MJF is a true student of the game. I think he's a student of the game from an American point of view. I think he knows how to be a heel, and I think he's looked at like how to be a heel, and you know, he can kind of call back on some of the old heel like type tactics. But yeah, as you say, I really don't think he's, you know, tuning into World of Sport from the UK or tuning into New Japan or, you know, kind of All Japan or AAA or CMLL. I just don't think that's stuff that he is looking to introduce to his skill set at the moment. Looking for a bit of a stretch. Stretch being applied by MJF. So he's got a stretch, and of course he's going to look to use the ropes. WWF Golden Era against Attitude Era would be the dream Forbidden Door. Oh, yeah, that would actually. That would be really good. That would be really good. I mean, main event, Hogan against Stone Cold. That would be awesome. Who would you do against Macho Man? Triple H Macho Man? Or Rock Macho Man? Pretty fun. Yeah, we could have a lot of fun with that, actually. MJF still putting this abdominal stretch on. So he's got an abdominal stretch on Tanahashi. He's right over by the ropes, and he does use them. Referee having a look, having a word, telling MJF to... It's too jokey, this match. It's too jokey. It's just not... It's not the kind of... I don't know why. I can't figure it out. You know, you've got like MJF walking up the entrance ramp and then the crowd chanting coward and he comes back. Then he's just put a stretch on. He holds on to the ropes. Referee comes round. Referee starts counting. MJF says, what are you going to do about it? And the referee then boots his hand off the... I don't know. It's just weird. It's just weird. It's not the... You know, great reversals, fast action, like, it's, I don't know. We said that it could be a bit of a mesh of styles. MJF going through, I think, some of his spots that he likes to do. Tanahashi came crashing down on MJF. Tanahashi going up top. Tanahashi is... getting into position. MJF pops up, goes and throws a shot to the midsection. MJF climbing up. Looking for a superplex. Is he going to get it? Gets pushed down. Tanahashi staying up top. He is struggling with his foot in. He really is. By the time he's got his foot in, MJF has managed to get back to his feet. Tanahashi just really struggling up there to find his foot in. He does find it. He delivers a crossbody. Tanahashi backed in the corner, charging over, collides into MJF. MJF goes over, he flips over the top rope, runs over to the other side. Tanahashi goes over. Tanahashi throwing MJF. Tanahashi back in the corner, charging over. Sling blades. 1, 2. And kick out by MJF. It's because the dude is working with, like, no knees. They have to do specific spots and time wasting, said Ron. Is that what it is? Is Tanahashi's knees gone? It does feel that way. It does feel like we are having to take time out of the match and cover for something. So that would explain it. If it is that Tanahashi's knees are gone and that he's just not the fighter that he was. MJF looking for a superplex. He's got... that's a lovely superplex by MJF. That looked great. Really big superplex by MJF. Had a nice arc on it as well. Looked really good. 1, 2... And just kicks out there, Tanahashi. So Tanahashi rolls to the edge of the ring. MJF is down in the ring. Out trying to get Tanahashi going. There's a Tanahashi MJF chant. Tanahashi MJF. Tanahashi MJF. MJF going over, grabbing Tanahashi. Looking for like a pile driver against the ropes, but Tanahashi pushes him away. Tanahashi comes in. There's a forearm strike by MJF. Double underhooks. He's got Tanahashi up. Oof. That was nice. Nice. I like that. Really good superplex. And then that was a nice shoulder breaker by MJF. He's going over, looking for the cover of Tanahashi and No Joy. Austin against Hogan. Taker against... Oh, Taker Andre. Oh, my God. Oh. Amazing. Amazing. Taker Andre. Macho Rock. Warrior Kane. Triple H Piper. Oh. Love that. Yeah. I love the Undertaker Andre one. I think is amazing. MJF is going over. Tanahashi is down. He slipped last night on the top rope against Swerve with the same scenario, kept moving around and slipped, and Swerve called an audible to help him reposition, says Daniel. Brenton said, I think MJF's way of bringing the crowd down from the pre-show matches, buying time until they can bring the crowd up again, is smart. Smoke and mirrors plus covering for an injury. Corvid said, this is Tanahashi's 2,675th career match. It does feel like they're settling for a lengthy match, says Ellis Dub. People are forgetting Japan and American styles are completely different. Japan is more strong style, just stand and bang. Okay, Tanahashi on his feet. Forearm strike there by MJF. Tanahashi is asking for more. Poke of the eye by MJF. MJF is hobbling over. MJF sticks up a middle finger to the crowds. Goes for a kick. Tanahashi, dragon screw. MJF is down and cloverleaf. Looks like he's going for a cloverleaf. Nice. Tanahashi with a cloverleaf applied. MJF is trying to get over to the ropes. Is very, very close. But Tanahashi is dragging him back into the center. So Tanahashi with the cloverleaf applied, but MJF gets to the ropes. So Tanahashi has to break the hold. Tanahashi grabbing MJF. MJF getting up to his feet. Tanahashi looking for a suplex, but no joy. Knee to the midsection. MJF trying to pick up Tanahashi. Can't do it. Tanahashi going against the ropes. MJF on his feet. Sling blade did not look good from Tanahashi, and there's a couple of times he's done that, you know. I gave him the benefit of the doubt first time, but he's just done it again there. Don't think Tanahashi is in a great place, is he? Tanahashi is up top for the splash. MJF gets his knees up. Tanahashi down. MJF down. Opening match of Forbidden Door. Wow, the main card anyway. When someone said wrestling is fake, I would love to say, let me introduce Gunther and Suzuki. Brenton said Steamboat Scott Hall would be an instant classic. Dynamite Kid against HBK. Kurt Hennig against Bret Hart. I don't know. I mean, I sort of count like Bret Hart and HBK as, I suppose HBK. I mean, he became HBK, was it 92? So it's sort of still within that same era. And obviously Bret Hart was in the Hart Foundation. He was world champion in 92. He goes out, tries to get the championship. He wants to use the championship. Roll up by Tanahashi, but the referee is distracted. 1, 2, and MJF kicks out. So referee was distracted. MJF had tried to introduce the belt. MJF pushes Tanahashi into the referee, nails him with the ring. 1, 2, 3, and that is it. MJF nails Tanahashi. Feel free to put in your scores for that opening contest. I can't wait for AEW Fight Forever this week, says Brandon. Every WWE wrestler is boring, says Rain Club VIP. Mr. Cardinal said, I think Mr. Perfect beat Bret Hart for the IC title. I believe he did. I want to say SummerSlam. Omos against El Gigante is the fight for Forbidden Door. Please don't put match endings in the chat. Some people are behind, says Anna. No wrestler is boring. MJF is being led away from the ring. Redemption says 2.5 stars. Francesco said it was a god-awful match. They call me him says 2 out of 5. Corbett said match was fine. Ghost Pod Gaming said 3.5. Anthony said 10 stars. Orlando says 2.5. My Phenomenal Figures says 3. Trey says 2. Kyron said good match. I Love Fats on 1722 said match was not it. Kai Pride said, I'm ready for the Redeemer. Aiden, shout out to you, says 2 out of 5. Tinker, tinker, tinker. Right, Rain Club, look to your right, the tune out room, the distance. 7 stars, said Erase Your Mind. Erase Your Mind loved it. Right, well, first match down, and I don't know what's next. What's next? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 matches left to go. CM Punk against Kojima. Is that next? Is that next? Yes. CM Punk next. I don't know what to expect. I really don't know what to expect. He's been out the ring for so long. Let's see what CM Punk can do. An okay match between MJF and Tanahashi. Prediction finish 2.5, says Nicole. Hogan against the Tribal Chief. That'd be good. I love that Undertaker Andre one, because Undertaker was such a fan of Andre, and he tells a few stories about what Andre was like having around the dressing room. So obviously he did share like dressing rooms with him. Is booze, man. Booze for CM Punk, you know. Real mixed reaction. So there was booze, and then he came out, and there was some more cheers, but CM Punk's like, dear, oh dear, oh dear. I don't get it. I don't understand. He comes into AEW, and then the executive vice presidents are saying stuff about him, and saying stuff on TV. You know, Hangman was saying stuff in promos that was not meant to be there. Granted, CM Punk fired back, and granted, he certainly made all them comments. But he didn't start that. He didn't start that fight. He certainly didn't finish it, but he certainly there was a fire, and rather than dealing with it by just getting a little bit of water and trying to put it out, he did go and get a tanker of gasoline and drive it on top of the fire to turn it into a raging inferno. I do concede that. But these boos, this reaction. Taz says these people are just having a great time voicing what they feel. There's CM Punk chants, but there's boos as well. It's a sign in the crowd that says Meltzer in the mud. It's really hard to judge. It's really hard to judge how many, how the crowd are split here. I think the crowd wanted that shirt to get thrown back. He throws it into the crowd, and I think he threw it to like a CM Punk fan. But you could tell the crowd wanted that shirt to get chucked back. It's very, very divided. Very, very divided. Respect him, says Anthony. CM Punk is the man. It's Kenny's hometown. That's why they're booing. This is something which we've seen when he was even announced that he was coming back, that there was split reactions. Even the announcements, which I don't know where we were at the time, to be honest, but those were split reactions as well. Like there is undeniably a split within the AEW fan base. It's Canada. They're a bit backwards, says James. Scrolling on Twitter, I can see a lot claiming that Tanahashi brought MJF to a great match, says Big Time Baxter. Okay. I wonder when that happened. Redemption said they should find a way to book CM Punk versus the Elite for Wembley. Yeah, it'd be amazing. I mean, there's a sign in the crowd that says, I paid to see Punk. Okay, Kojima is just having his boobs do a bit of dancing at the moment. I mean, fair play. Kick to the midsection there by CM Punk. Gets Kojima, chucks him out the ring. CM Punk's popping his pecs as well. The winner of this match faces Roderick Strong or Samoa Joe. Chop coming in there by CM Punk. So we're on the outside. Another big chop coming in by CM Punk. CM Punk showing off the guns. Still over by the timekeeper's area. Chop coming in there by Kojima. Punk goes over into the timekeeper's area. He went over the barricades. Kojima grabbing him, taking him back into the ring. Heavy shots. Punk still on the outside. Kojima going to the outside. Kick coming in there by CM Punk. Another chop coming in. This match's got a bit more about it. Kojima taking Punk's legs away from underneath him. Kojima getting into the ring. I would definitely like to see Ilya Dragunov against Zack Sabre Jr. That would be great. That would be great. Brenton said, I think this is why you have Punk on early. Can have his match, get him out there. EVPs and Punk don't need to get too anxious with him in the building. Don't want to hurt soft wrestlers' feelings. Punk's looking good, considering he's not had a singles match for God knows how long. He's looking all right. Been some hard-hitting stuff in here. We've been on the outside. Punk's gone flying over into the timekeeper's area. It's been some heavy chops. Leg drop by Punk. Crowd making noise as well. I mean, they might be booing him, but it's you know, they're involved. They're making noise. That's helping things. Shot coming in by Kojima. Right hand by Punk. Kojima with a shot. These two exchanging blows. Another big shot coming in. Driving Punk back into the corner. Kick to the midsection by Punk. Punk going up. Right hand. And again. He's unloading on Kojima. The crowd are counting along. Jumps down. So he teased the chop there. Ended up going for a kick. Takes Kojima over. Looking for the cover. 1, 2. Kojima kicks out. Punk applying a headlock. Kojima gets his foot on the rope. CM Punk breaks that headlock. Takes a moment to look out at the crowds. Says something to Kojima. Hurls him into the corner. Kojima goes down. Again, crowd making plenty of noise. Kojima back in the corner. Clothesline. Another clothesline. He's just throwing in some big... And he's throwing in some big clotheslines in the corner, looking at the camera, saying Kojima's name every time he lands them. I don't love or hate Punk or the Elite. I just don't care about them. Only member of the Elite I like is Hangman, says James. Not going to lie, I thought that it was going to be Adam Cole. MJF at Forbidden Door, said Stephanie. I'd like to see Ilya Dragunov against Bryan Danielson as well, says Nicole. Okay, Kojima goes back in the corner. Another chop coming in there by CM Punk. And again... CM Punk. Mongolian chop by CM Punk. Kojima goes back into the corner. This has just been a Punk onslaught for a few minutes. Like, Kojima has just been eating punishment for quite a while here. Goes over to the corner. Punk charges over. Kick coming in there by Kojima. Here we go. Now he's firing back. Now he's firing back. Quick shots coming in. Quick chops coming in. Unloading. Quick strikes. Rapid fire by Kojima, and Punk goes down. Kojima again hurling Punk over to the other side. So Kojima very much on his way back into this. Kojima going up. Elbow drop. Comes crashing down on CM Punk too. CM Punk kicks out. Must admit, this match is going longer than I expected. I thought it'd be quite a short little thing, what with Kojima's age and Punk being out of action for as long as what he has. But they've already gone longer than I was expecting. Forearms. Another forearm. Kick to the midsection. DDT by Kojima. That was nice. That was nice. Kojima looking out at the crowds. So we went through a real period that was CM Punk on top. Now Kojima has really come back into it. Shot coming into the midsection there by CM Punk. Kojima goes into the corner. CM Punk charges over. Knee strike by CM Punk. Gets Kojima. Knocks him down. Punk going over to the corner. Looking to climb up. Punk again looking out at the fans. So he's up top, Punk, looking for a elbow drop. Connects with it. He had to travel quite a distance there. Kojima was right in the middle of the ring, but Kojima gets his... And oh, that's nice. That's nice. He's got a tap to that. It's really in, and it looks great. It looks great. He should tap to that. He should tap to that. He delivers the elbow, goes for the pin. As soon as he kicks out, he's right in the position for the Anaconda Vice. He gets it, And it was in, and it looked great, and that should have finished the match. Taz says, I've never seen so many middle fingers in my life. So he calls for the GTS. There's boos from the crowd. They really don't want to see the go to sleep. That was coming in by Kojima. Cheers from the crowd as Kojima is battling back. So a few people on their feet as well, you know. The hatred for Punk is really playing into this match. Crowd are, I would say, firmly behind Kojima. Lariat time. The elbow is exposed. Against the ropes goes Kojima. Netbreaker. Swinging netbreaker. 1, 2 by CM Punk. Shoulder up by Kojima. Nice little match, this. Best match of the pay-per-view so far, says GM Strong. Pepsi sucks chants. Is that what they were chanting? I couldn't make out what they were chanting. Pepsi sucks. There's a CM Punk chant. Looks like he's going for that GTS now. Forearm strike. Chop. Laying it in. Here it comes. Got him up on his shoulders. He's looking out at the crowds. Kojima's not moving. Oh, Kojima catches the leg. So CM Punk went for that GTS. Kojima catches the leg. Brainbuster by Kojima. Crowd really pop, man. That was really good by CM Punk. He had Kojima on his shoulders. He paraded him around, showed all sides. Really made it feel like this was a middle finger back to the crowd. Like, this is the guy you want. Yeah, well, look what I'm about to do. Goes for it. And Kojima catches the leg. Going for it again here. Bang. He didn't parade him around that time, but he does connect with it. And he picks up the win. CM Punk wins with, I think, easily the best match we've seen so far tonight. CM Punk wins. I watched AEW All Access on HBO the other day. It was pretty good. It gave me an insight into these characters and personal lives. I can't get AEW, but I wish I had it, says Suzanne. CM Punk wins, said Hayden. Drew should arrive at All In. He's contracted till next year, I believe. They're just showing some of the matches in the tournament. Juice Robinson against Ricky Starks is one of the Owen Hart tournament matches for next Saturday. CM Punk goes over and just says a few words to Kojima. I think he's looking to help Kojima up. There is a nice show of sportsmanship. It'd be great if he just knocked him back down again. CM Punk holds up Kojima's arm. He bows to Kojima. CM Punk goes over the top to the outsides. Punk's cool, man. Punk's cool. I mean, he's just come out and just put on a great match, which is impressive. He didn't know where to go, which is impressive considering he's not had a singles match for so long. He's just come out. He's just had a great little match. Crowd have been against him. He's used that to his advantage. What's this? Got an advert. August 30th. Rampage. They're going back to the United Center again. All Out is at the United Center. Why don't they just buy that arena? Constantly renting it, just buy it. So they're going back to Chicago. All Out. End of August. Okay, here's Orange Cassidy. It's a fatal four-way match, this one, isn't it? Forbidden Door. This is why I would worry if Punk is booed or cheered. No matter if you like him or not, he's a genius at working crowds, says Daniel. We need a segment. Well, actually, that's another reason as to why these shows can feel like they wear you out, because it is just match. You know, question was asked earlier about how does it differ to UFC, and with UFC you can get a first round finish, which then means you can easily wait 20 odd minutes till you get the next fight, where they'll show video packages and they'll throw to some punditry and whatever. With this, it's like, as soon as one match ends, you're pretty much straight into the next one. I mean, literally, we've just had a little advert advertising All Out at Chicago, which took all of, 30 seconds. And now here we've got entrances for our next match. So that is actually another reason as to why you can get a bit burnt out, because you're watching all this action, reacting to all these spots, talking about the live crowd. There's not that kind of breather. It's just action. So next one is for the International Championship. Orange Cassidy. Orange Cassidy against Shibata, against Zack Sabre Jr. against Garcia. Two pay-per-views squashed into 2 weeks. Which one gets lost in the shuffle and doesn't get enough spotlight? Well, it won't be the Wembley one, will it? Wembley is, I think, the show that everyone is super hyped, super pumped for. So it's going to be a bit of a challenge, unless they're going to do like some juicy, unless they're going to set some, you would have to bring people in and set things up at Wembley that then pays off at All In. All Out is going to have to be connected to All In. Jamie, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, my friend. I hope you are enjoying the show, enjoying Forbidden Door. We are up to the third match on the main card. Is Zack Sabre Jr. making his way down. His belt is so interesting. I that belt fascinates me. It really fascinates me. It's not like a belt I've seen before. Like, so retro in its look. big square center plate, massive text on the front. Detail on it though as well. Interesting color for the strap. I am really intrigued by that belt. Like a tan sort of color strap. Right, so we've got fighters in each corner. I can't lie, I do enjoy Zack Sabre Jr. matches. Very technical, great wrestler, says Anna. Anna, hope you're well. Irish Rebel, shout out to you. Borino said AEW are going to win everything. The rectangle belts. Yeah, I really like it. I do like belts. I'm a belt person. So, Orange Cassidy with his soft little kicks. Zack catches... Zack Sabre Jr. gets knocked into Shibata. Garcia gets knocked into Zack Sabre. Orange Cassidy goes through the ropes, knocks down Shibata and Zack Sabre. Goes down Garcia, trying to step through, looking for a Dragon Tamer. Kick coming in there by Shibata. To the outside goes Garcia. So Zack Sabre Jr. is down. We got a figure four leg lock that's applied. Oof. Anything to do with Shibata's head just makes me so nervous. Zack Sabre comes in. Zack Sabre is tying up. That's lovely, that is. Look at that. He absolutely ties Orange Cassidy up there. Kicks coming in by Garcia. Zack Sabre Jr. getting up to his feet there. Bumping shoulders at the moment. Shibata comes over. Shibata moves Garcia out the way. Now we've got Shibata and Zack Sabre going at it. Again, they just push Garcia out the way. Orange Cassidy is on the outsides. Garcia just keeps coming forward and they just keep pushing him away. Chop coming in there by Shibata. Zack knocks Garcia away. Chop coming in there by Shibata. What are your thoughts on Money in the Bank? Are you looking forward to it? Do you think it'll be a good show? Who do you think will win the men's? I did my predictions earlier, actually. I did a little short thing on the channel, so check it out. But I went with Logan Paul. It's not who I want to win, but I've just got to be honest. I can see it. I can see it. I think he's took a lot of L's. I think that they would potentially give him that as a. See, the thing is, if everyone else is down and all you've got to do is climb a ladder, like you don't necessarily need any skill to do that. No, I mean, like you believably you could have Logan climb a ladder whilst everyone else has took each other out. Could Logan climb a ladder? Yes. And then when he's got the briefcase, he doesn't need to win a match, does he? I mean, basically, you can cash in when a champ is down and out and, at their absolute most vulnerable. And 1, 2, 3, that's it. Boom. You're the new champ. So, and he can also put it on his podcast and talk about WWE. And I can see that happening. There's too many upsides. I mean, he can tease it every pay-per-view on his podcast. He can tease I'm going to cash in, and he might not even be there. But because he's got that briefcase, he can tell his audience what it allows him to do and what it means, and he can educate his audience on it. And it would be a good thing to have on his podcast, wouldn't it? It's not what I want at all. I couldn't be more against it, but it is what I think will happen. I mean, don't forget, I know a lot of people want LA Knight to get it, but LA Knight just has not been on pay-per-views. He can't even get onto pay-per-views. They've started, he's got onto this one, but still doesn't mean that WWE are looking to give him the briefcase. Garcia with a suplex, so yeah, I've gone with Logan. Stundog Millionaire. Cassidy against the ropes. DDT by Cassidy. Do you think Logan will cash in on a world title? No. I hope not. I really, really hope not. I think they've seemingly been quite clear about that you can now cash in on mid-card belts. So I don't think it'll be a world title. I could see Logan trying to cash in on a world title and again not being successful. And again, like Theory, getting frustrated and then cashing in on a mid-card title. Stupid. I hate it. I've not had any justification as to why it makes any sense at all. I hate it. I hate everything about it. But mentally, I am ready for it. So, yeah, could we see a new United States champion, Logan Paul? I don't think they'd have him cash in on Gunther. I don't even want to think about that. Imagine Logan pinning Gunther. Imagine Gunther's first main roster loss being to Logan Paul. Just imagine. Oh my God. So if he does, I'm hoping it'll be a cash in on like Austin Theory, maybe. Forearm strike by Garcia on Shibata. Shibata is down in the corner. I'm not 100% certain, but it looks like Montez has some Polynesian tattoos. Could we insert Montez into a new bloodline starting his heel run? I don't think so. I mean, like, really, the bloodline's been about blood, hasn't it? For Roman to now bring in some non-family members would I mean, you could do it. I don't know that Montez would be one of them. But no, that's really not something that I'm expecting. There have been reports about him turning heel, though. Here's Orange Cassidy. He is face-to-face with Shibata. We are 56 minutes into this. These two cross-legged in the middle of the ring. I don't want to think about Logan pinning Gunther. That would make my stomach turn. I think it would make a lot of people's stomachs turn, to be honest. Not even me that's been so vocal about not enjoying like celebrity wrestling. I feel like the majority of WWE fans just haven't got time for Logan, judging by the reactions that he gets. So I don't even think I'm in any sort of minority on that one. Hands in the pockets by Orange Cassidy. Orange punch. So Shibata comes back with a strike of his own. Orange Cassidy goes down. Shibata grabs Orange Cassidy. Shibata is planted Orange Cassidy. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Logan and Jake cashing in on tag titles. Ooh, that's an interesting thought. That's an interesting thought. Because I think you can. Is it not that you can cash in on anything now? That's an interesting thought. Almost time to spark one up, said AB Jobson. Derek said Logan wins Money in the Bank KSI in England. Later in the night, cash in on Owens and Sammy. There's no tag Money in the Bank or cash in on Theory. Starts a Theory face turn. I don't think he'll cash in the same night. He could do, but I'm not expecting him to. Just because I think there's value in having him put it on his podcast, talk about it. We know he'll be at SummerSlam, and we know he's going to be at WrestleMania next year. So there's not like a rush to get the belt on him. Like, oh my God, let's do it tonight. Like, you might as well take your time and have him talk about, look what I won. Well, what does that do? Well, I'm glad you asked. I can cash this in anytime. Like, he can educate his audience on what it does and what it means. So for him to cash in on the same night, you're losing out on that. So that's why I don't think he'll cash in same night. But I like that tag idea. I like the tag idea. I think that's a really good shout. I mean, I don't like the idea. But I like the idea because I hadn't thought of that. And it does make sense. Zack Sabre pinning Shibata. Zack rolls out. Stretch being applied. Pin again by Zack Sabre as Garcia makes the save. Garcia grabbing Shibata, chucking him out the ring. Garcia charging over. There's an uppercut there by Zack Sabre. Big shot coming in by Garcia. Back elbow by Zack Sabre. Sabre. He's got the arms hooked. Backslide. 1, 2. Nope. Looking for a powerbomb. Pile driver. Pile driver. Pile driver by Garcia on Zack Sabre. Shibata with a big kick as Orange Cassidy knocks him out the ring. Rolls up Garcia. And Orange Cassidy gets the pin and the win. So Orange Cassidy retains. OC wins. Who exactly can AEW bring in that's going to shake wrestling, trot out 57-year-old Goldberg, Mercedes Moné? Well, I don't think that there's... I mean, I feel like bringing in Mercedes would be big. She's got a lot of fans. There's a whole standum. There's a lot of Sasha fans, which I don't think watch AEW. If you bring her into AEW, that would give them extra viewers. I feel confident about that. Their viewership would go up if they brought in Mercedes. So I think she brings a lot of people that aren't watching. And, you know, I think if she was on TV on a regular basis, they would tune in just to see her. Now, how many? We might only be talking 20,000, right? We might not be talking anything seismic. But I think she definitely would bring people to AEW that aren't watching it. We got Shibata. We got 3 champs in the ring, but I don't think there is a massive name out there. I mean, maybe you could say AJ Lee, but I don't know. It's been a long time. Don't even know if AJ Lee would move the dial all that much. I feel like Mercedes is probably the biggest. Zack Sabre goes out the ring, just leaves Orange Cassidy and Shibata. And they shake hands. Who will win the women's? I'm leaning towards Io Sky. Anna said 3.5 with the talent in the ring. They missed a trick with that match. Christopher said 3 out of 5. It was okay. John said, weird. Why wouldn't they have MJF or Punk as main event? Is the Daniel match main event? Apparently it is. Aiden says 3. Sasha would do nothing for ratings, says Ryan. I have to disagree. She's got fans. She's got a very dedicated fan base that I think will tune in if she's on like Collision or whatever. I think they'll happily tune in to watch her. It's not something that it wouldn't be like 200,000, 300,000 or anything like that. But, you know, she was one of WWE's decent names. She was one of their bigger stars. She was certainly one of the biggest on
online, like from a social point of view. She's got a good following. I mean, Sasha stands, that was a thing. You say anything negative about Sasha, there'd be plenty of people that would come and bring you down. So I would be surprised if those fans were watching AEW. So I think she would do something to ratings. I don't think it would be anything sizable. But honestly, I mean, I don't think there's anyone out there that would really move ratings. I think, to be honest, you need good stories. You need stories. Stories are what's going to do it. You know, we've seen ratings move in WWE largely thanks to the Bloodline story. And again, you look back at WCW. WCW, they brought in Hogan in 94, but it wasn't until the NWO started and who was the third man and Hogan turning heel. And that story, wasn't until that story that things really started to pop off for WCW. They put the pieces in place a few years before, but it's the NWO that gets things going. So I sort of think like they don't need to necessarily go and get massive names. They need to be telling really compelling stories. They've already got a lot of talent. They've already got some star power. You could bring in Mercedes, you could bring in Goldberg, you could bring in AJ Lee, you could bring in like whoever else is out there, Ryback, I don't know. But you've got to be telling some really captivating stories, really good stories. Right, Red Shoes is in the ring, which is cool. The iconic New Japan ref, Red Shoes in there. It's Jungle Boy that's come down. So we are now going to see the IWGP Championship and the IWGP Champion. Here is Sanada with the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship, making his AEW debut. This is the biggest belt, the top title in New Japan. It is the equivalent of the AEW Championship. Seven and 1 in singles matches this year. So Sanada is in the ring and we're about to get underway with the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship match. Sanada against Jungle Boy Jack Perry. Right, I'm looking forward to this. This is one that's got my attention. Right, Bell has rung Sanada, stepping into the center. Looking over at Jungle Boy. Red Shoes chant. Red Shoes chant. Red Shoes bowing to the crowds. Red Shoes backs into the corner and we are underway. Okay, so Sanada gets Jungle Boy back in the corner. I don't know what Red Shoes was distracted for a moment then. Okay, Red Shoes going back in the corner. Sanada coming into the center there, circling round. Sanada, side headlock by Jungle Boy. Jungle Boy going back against the ropes. Sanada in the middle, shoulder tackle. Jungle Boy goes down. Sanada against the ropes, over the top. Sanada underneath. Nice. Oh, nice. Good work there by Jack Perry, actually. Looked like he was going for like an arm drag. It's got the snare trap in, though. And Sanada gets over to the ropes. Wasn't the idea of bringing in Saraya was going to bring a following. Did shift numbers, but just the wrong way, says Big Time Baxter. Well, every time they bring someone in, they hope it's going to have a boost to ratings. What I would say is I feel like there was a spike at the start, but I seem to remember like her first promo was really not very good. And I think the way they used her in the early stages was just not very good as well. I think the Outcasts have sort of found a bit of a rhythm, a bit of a groove, but it was a bit of work to get there. I just think people didn't really stick around. She'd been out the game for a while as well. She definitely coming back was a big story. And seems to recall they got a little bump for when she first came back. As I said, I think her first promo was not the strongest. And the Outcast stuff and all of that, like what they had to do in, it was not, I don't know, it just didn't keep people around. The thing with Mercedes is that she hasn't been out of wrestling for a long period of time. She's only left WWE last year. And since then, she's obviously had success in Japan. So she feels a lot more relevant. And if she was to come in, which I am thinking she will in Wembley, as long as she's recovered. I know she had a bit of an injury. But I was expecting her for Wembley. If she... I didn't even think about that. We might see her tonight. I don't think we will. But imagine if she does appear tonight and challenge Toni Storm. Like, I didn't even think about that. Man, if we see her tonight, that'll be huge. And then it sets up the match for Wembley. Think about it. I'm thinking about it now. Roll through by Sanada. He's trying to tie him up. Apparently that does work. Yeah, apparently that hold, it does work. It does tie you in a knot, and it is hard to get out of it. The Paradise Lock, it looks like it shouldn't work. Dropkick by Sanada. Defcon Eric said, Days, it's Red Shoes. Days O Maniac, established 2019. Defcon Eric, hope you're well, buds. Hope you're enjoying the action. Yeah, Red Shoes getting some love tonight. Getting some love. Elbow to the back of the head there by Sanada. Shot coming in there by Jungle Boy. Chop coming in by Jungle Boy. Sanada's got a good physique. Chop coming in there by Sanada. And again. Chop coming back. Jungle Boy goes down. Sanada going over. Grabbing Jungle Boy. Shot to the midsection. Right hand by Jungle Boy. Driving Sanada back against the ropes. Jungle Boy. Big boot goes down. Drop kick by Jungle Boy. Feel like time-wise we're doing okay here. I mean, we've had another match. We're on this match. So after this, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 5 matches after this. 5 matches after this. It's not bad, is it? No, it's not bad. Tiger Driver 2. Okay, so Jungle Boy gets put on the ropes and planted. Dave's search boxes are a key because Saraya is in AEW. How many casuals know her under that name instead of Paige? Mercedes Moné is another name with unfamiliarity, says Big Time Baxter. Is there a press conference afterwards? I don't know, to be honest. I haven't heard them announce one, but there really could be one. Mercedes reportedly out for 7 months with an ankle injury, according to Meltzer. Really? Out for 7 months? Naito, man. I'm looking forward to seeing Naito. What's this? Who's this? Continues to be featured. Resurgence, May 21st. Monet has made call to change finish at the end of the match. Severity couldn't be determined until swelling went down. Monet posted a photo of her ankle in a cast, indicating she may have had surgery. There is no word on when she can be expected back in ring. That was what, the 12th? So that was a couple of weeks ago now. But you say Meltzer's mentioned that she's out for 7 months. Mercedes had significant discussions with AEW before her injury. AEW had significant discussions with Mercedes about appearing at Forbidden Door, according to Sports Illustrated. So it seems like she would have been on this show. Well, if it's 7 months, then, I mean, she's out. She's out. She picked up the injury at the end of May 20, something, I think. So it's been a month. So if she's out for 7 months, just another 6 to go. Got in. If Meltzer's info is correct. Sanada has got Jungle Boy on his shoulders. Jungle Boy coming in, looking for a kick. Against the ropes goes Jungle Boy. Wow, lovely move. Absolutely plants Jungle Boy, who gets his shoulder up. Hook is at ringside as well. I cannot get over jobber comments. The only time Sanada was a jobber was in TNA. Oh, who says Sanada's a jobber? Moonsault. Sanada has got Dragon Sleeper applied to Jungle Boy. Goes up. Reverse Rana by Jungle Boy. Jungle Boy going over. Oh. Sanada manages to get out the way. Spinning Jungle Boy around. Grabbing him by his neck, but Jungle Boy reverses, looks for the pin. Sanada kicks out. Kick coming in there by Jungle Boy. Sanada moves out the way. Sanada goes up, reverse. Oh, reverse Rana by Sanada. I have no idea how that move doesn't finish matches. I just don't get it. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Jungle Boy. Taz said he's surprised that Sanada is not going for deeper covers. Sanada going up top. Jungle Boy down. Moonsault lands on Jungle Boy. 2, 3. And that's it. That's it. Wow, that was not long at all, was it? For an IWGP championship match. Okay. Sanada beats Jungle Boy. MJF against Tanahashi was 15 minutes. CM Punk Kojima was 13. Orange Cassidy against Zack Sabre and Shibata and everyone, that was 11. And I reckon that was about 8. It's not a problem. I'm not complaining. I'm just surprised that the title match, you know, of all the matches that you think would have some time, I thought the title matches would. I actually thought the CM Punk match went longer than I was expecting. And now this match has gone shorter. Probably evens itself out in the end. Well, there we go. Hook and Jack Perry walk away. AB Jobson said 4.5. It was an excellent match. Hayden says 4.5. Chad says 2. Stephanie says 3. Hook raises Jungle Boy's arm. Jungle Boy turns on Hook. Jungle Boy turns on Hook, lays Hook out. We spoke about it earlier about heel turn, and I said I can't see it because if he turns on like Sanada or something, it's not. No one's gonna care. But they've had him turn on Hook. So he cheap shots Hook. Hook goes down and Jungle Boy walks away. You don't hit hookers, said Erase Your Mind. Sonny said, I knew he would turn heel. Hurricane Mayhem said, Hook needs to turn Jungle Boy's holding him down. Grabs the FTW championship, throws it back over to Hook. Anna says, you effed up, Chance. Taz said he's doing everything in his power to be a professional. So Hook is cheap shotted, is down. I think the crowd were chanting for Taz momentarily there. These are the moments that will test Hook and prove his toughness. Taz says, Jungle Boy, Jack Perry is a dead man. Right, 10-person tag match coming up next. Do you think that means Jungle Boy will become friends with Christian and Luchasaurus again, says John. Sure. They're all going to live in a cave together. Right, coming up next, we have got the 10-man tag, Blackpool Combat Club, taking on the Elites, Kingston, and Ishii. Person tag. Do you think Blackpool Combat Club win tonight? Also, who have you got later, Okada or Danielson? I think Okada wins. I think Danielson doesn't really care so much about winning and losing. I think Danielson just loves the game, loves playing. I don't think he's like a diva backstage that's demanding the victory, you know? If anything, I could see Danielson saying no, have Okada win. It'll be better for him to pick up the win in America, you know? For him to pick up a win, for those that don't normally watch New Japan, that aren't aware of how great he is, I think Okada would benefit more from getting the victory than I would. I could see Danielson saying that, so I think Okada wins. And what was the other question? Do you think Blackpool Combat Club win? We're in Canada. Ishii. No, I'm going to go the Elite. Going to go the Elite. We're in Canada. Not only that, but they've got Eddie Kingston. They've got Ishii. There's... Yeah, I'm going Elite. I got Okada. He just doesn't lose much in general. Okada wins a lot. Okada loses very few and far between, says LS Dub. James said, Days, people hate on indie wrestlers, but are they really dumb to not realize that their now faves was once indie wrestlers? I don't know. You'd have to ask them. I can't really speak for people that hate indie wrestling. I've always had an appreciation for it. I don't get a chance to watch it. But I've always had an appreciation for like Ring of Honor. Said before, like how when Nigel McGuinness was champion, I was really quite proud about that because there wasn't really much going on with Britain and British wrestlers. So to have Nigel McGuinness as champion was like really cool. And like you knew that like Punk Danielson had come out of there. And there was other great talent that was being spoke about. So like Ring of Honor was always something that had time for. And then I think over here in the UK, like obviously we don't really have major promotions. We've only got indies. So like here, like Rev Pro and Progress, Fight Club Pro at Wolverhampton, like we don't have like a massive WWE or our WWE. So yeah, I don't know. I can't really speak for people that like hate on indies and indie wrestler. I don't know what they think or feel. I'm into it. Every time the Elite come out, it makes me want to watch Supernatural, said 52 Games. I went with Blackpool Combat Club, said James. Jack Perry can align with Anna Jay, who is also a heel. Okay, so Elite have come out. Omega and... Not Omega. Don't know what I'm on about. Hangman and Young Bucks. What is this music? Here's a different tone. Death Jitsu. I don't know what the music is, but they're coming out. Blackpool Combat Club, Takeshita and Umino. Des, I hope to see Bray return. The Fiend. Who do you see him returning as? I see him returning as Bray. I think you'll get the Fiend at some point, but I can't say that he's going to return as the Fiend. I sort of feel like that might be something that he works up to. And actually, I think it was something he was working up to. Because we got the Funhouse back, and we saw him in the ring as the Eater of Worlds, you know? He said run, and he was sat on the rocking chair, and he had the lantern, and I think, was it James? Someone told me that he said he would never wear the Hawaiian shirts again. That's too too synonymous with Luke Harper. So he doesn't want to do that. But I sort of feel like he was starting to really dig into his past, dig into his history. You know, we were starting to bring Alexa back as well. She was starting to join. Just felt like it was moving towards the Fiend coming in. And then, obviously, whatever happened has happened. So I feel pretty good that we'll get the Fiend again one day. And I think we were on the road to that. But I don't know that he'll return as the Fiend. Could we get a Kingston heel turn? He's friends with Moxley, says, to reconnect to a different router, which should be a little bit more stable. There we go. Right, so it is a 10-man tag match. 10-man tag. I wonder, I mean, like, there's only 4 matches after this, you know. 4 matches. One of them is going to be Tony Storm against Willow, and I don't know how long that's going to go for. Omega Ospreay is going to have time. Danielson Okada is going to have time. I would imagine this is going to have time. I would imagine Suzuki Gods against Sting, Darby, and Naito. That'll have a bit of time. We could be looking at, like, what, another couple of hours? As I said, recent pay-per-views for them have been better from a time point of view. I mean, we're hour and a half in. Hour and a half in, and including this match, got 5 matches left. If Tony Khan is booking, then Storm Willow will be about 10 minutes. I'm putting you on mute so I can concentrate on this, says Anna. Fair play. 52 Games said that enters. See, our theme song is going to be in my head all week, said 52 Games. Did the MJF match happen? It did. Yes, it was the first match. It was the first match. Against the ropes goes... kicks coming in. Forearms coming in. Another kick to the midsection. Umino goes down. So Hangman and Ishii working together. Umino's wearing like really bright colours, and then the rest of the Blackpool Combat Club are just stood there in black. Okay, so Ishii is in the ring, and Takeshita. Forearm strike by Takeshita, who actually towers over Ishii. Ishii throwing in some forearm strikes. These two exchanging blows back and forth. There's a flipping Lily doll in the crowd. There's a Lily doll. How did that get there? Flip decided to come to AEW and think, oh, better not forget the Lily doll. I can't get my head around it. There's a lily. It must belong to the girl that's in the seat next to her, because the woman holding it looks around about flipping 47. I'm not very good with ages. She might be younger than that. I don't know. But the point is, she's a boomer. So it must, but there is a girl next to her, so I'd imagine that's her daughter. Surely you should be banned. Surely. As soon as you get to like the main door for getting into Forbidden Door, even if you're like a child and you've got a Lily doll, surely they'd be like, I'm sorry, you can't come in. Why not? Well, you've got a Lily doll. Well, so? Yeah, but we're AEW. We're all about, in-ring. Not spooky dolls that can wink at you. Dropkick by the Bucks. Wyndham is coming. That's where Bray's been, yeah. He's actually going to be the third person. Danielson and Okada is actually going to be made a triple threat with Bray Wyatt. Right, we got Eddie Kingston and Moxley in the ring staring at each other. Crowd are into this encounter. Moxley stepping forward to Kingston. That Lily doll is right in the shot, man. It's all I can see. I don't even know what's happening in the ring. Every time I look up, I got a flipping Lily doll staring at me. These two circling around. There's a chop that comes in by Kingston. I swear to God, do these wrestlers know any other moves? I've just seen Ishii and Takeshita do this chop stuff. Now we've got Kingston and Moxley doing it. This is like wrestling in 2023. Another chop. 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 Wheeler Yuta's chopped. Is chopped. Nick Jackson's chopped. Matt Jackson's chopped. Chop. Chop. Now other people are coming in. Now there's lots of striking. Big brawl. They're still chopping away. There's more chopping here than flipping lumberjacks. Still going with the chops. Chop. Now we got a multi-person spot on the outsides as Kingston and Moxley continue to lay into each other. Hangman going up looking for a moonsault. And he lands on... catches a bit of Umino. Chop Fest 2023. Imagine if there was a wrestler called Choposaurus. And all he did was chops. Claudio comes in. Kicks coming in by Claudio. What I will say is Moxley's chest is red raw. I mean, honestly, you could toast some buns on that. You could do some marshmallows with the heat that must be radiating from Moxley's chest. Pop some marshmallows on a stick. Rotate them round in front of Moxley's chest. Should be done after a few moments. He is getting some water, apparently. Just putting some water on it. Eddie's chest is red as well. He hasn't jumped out the ring and put water on it, has he? Clothesline by Claudio as Kingston goes down. He gets dragged over to the corner. In comes Wheeler Yuta. Unloading on Kingston. Wheeler Yuta and Kingston in the ring right now. Moxley on the outside. Kingston draped over that middle rope. Kick to the side of the head by Claudio. Keshta and Wheeler Yuta grabbing at the legs of Eddie Kingston. Mox's chest is red, just right in on the face. Claudio being wasted with garbage, says TE Collectibles. A feud with Luchasaurus, Choposaurus and Luchasaurus. I don't mind Choposaurus who comes in and that's it. His goal is literally just chop, 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 chop. Ishii is down. There's a bit of concern about Ishii. Umino and Kingston. Umino. Kick coming in there by Umino. Kingston is down. Kingston looking up. Another kick as Umino goes down and Kick's coming in. When do you think honeymoon for WWE will end? Oh, they've been going since the 60s, mate. We're well past the honeymoon. Vince bought the company and I think, was it 82? Like, we're well past honeymoon periods. Since the Cena tag match, SmackDown continues to do monster numbers, 2-5, 2-4 last 2 weeks. I think it's just, I don't know that we're in a honeymoon period. I think that the Bloodline story is just so good that it's, it's just, that's the interest it's generating. And now we've got this like Civil War thing, which is going to, hopefully go over the summer. I mean, as we build to SummerSlam, that's going to be big. So, like, I think this is just where we are at the moment, They've got some good stuff going on. They're getting their reward for it. Kingston grabbing the leg of Claudio and clothesline. He goes down. Would Chopasaurus have T-Rex arms? No. He would have magnificent arms. I'm trying to think if there's any dinosaur that had magnificent arms, and my dinosaur knowledge just isn't that good. I feel like raptors' arms were little like that as well, weren't they? Was there any dinosaurs? It's not really a feature that they had, really, is it? Although their tails, that had a whip to it, didn't it? So, still works. I'm not saying Chopasaurus is going to have a tail. I'm just saying that, they are known for like a whipping action. But you're right, they're not really known for great arms. Like that, aren't they? No, I'd give him magnificent arms. Tony said, did you see the Lily doll at Forbidden Door? Yes. It can only mean one thing. That lady has been planted there by WWE to watch the show and feed back information to Triple H. That is Stephanie McMahon in disguise. That's the only thing it can mean. It's the only thing it can mean, that she works for WWE. She said, it's Steph. She's changed her hair color. She's had plastic surgery, changed her face. And she said, look, what I'll do is I'll take a Lily doll so it's me. Because there won't be anyone else with a Lily doll at AEW. I'll be the only one. And you'll know it's me. And you'll know I'm there. And you'll know that I'm getting information. And they've said, okay. And that's it. It's a sign. Either that or it belongs to a daughter. I'm not sure yet. It's one or the other. Young Bucks being thrown to the outsides. Can't wait to see Chopasaurus against your dong. Let's go. Choppy, choppy, pee, pee. Suplex there by Ishii. And another suplex. Does Bray own his character? Can he take it anywhere? I don't believe so. I believe Funhouse and Fiend and all that, the puppets and everything, all of that is a WWE trademark. I think Bray Wyatt's a WWE trademark as well. I don't believe that Bray owns that. Wyndham owns that. I think if he went anywhere else, he'd have to be Wyndham. Wyndham Rotunda. Cowboy Shiz is the chant as lovely shot there by Hangman on Takeshita. Hangman's come in and brought some energy. Takeshita up. Takeshita charging over. Hangman with Takeshita looking for a fall away. Hip up there by Hangman over the top. Round the back of Claudio. Claudio going into the ring post. Big boot there by Hangman. Takeshita flops back into the arms of the Young Bucks. Running shooting start by Hangman. Lands it on Takeshita. Takeshita gets back into the ring. Hangman looking to go up top. Crowd on their feet for this one. Crowd enjoying it. Roll through by Hangman 2. Shoulder up by Takeshita. The entire show is Ospreay and Kenny, Okada, Danielson. Nothing else matters. I know I've got magnificent arms, said Irish Rebel. This is awesome, says Hayden. Hangman's since Hangman came in, this match has gone up a gear. Big heavy shot there by Takeshita. Hangman slumps down. Takeshita goes into the corner. Young Bucks and Hangman working together there on Takeshita. Against the ropes. Looking for a clothesline round the back. Goes into the corner. Super kick. Did the Young Bucks just tell him to go burn in hell? Bucks circling rounds. Oh, Takeshita moved out the way. V-triggers connected. We're going to see German there as both the Bucks are German suplexed. By Takeshita. Bucks are back on their feet, though. Double super kick by the Bucks. Duck underneath. Bang. Down goes Claudio. Kingston moves Moxley out the way. Huh? Kingston just moved Moxley out the way. That's given momentum to Blackpool Combat Club. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Kingston moved Moxley out the way. Why did he do that? The conflicted... He was trying to take his head off earlier. I mean, I saw them two chopping away at each other. Is no one else allowed to hurt Moxley apart from Kingston? Is that what it is? That was a beautiful strength move there by Takeshita. Bridge by Wheeler Yuta. I don't like the Bucks, but that didn't make sense. This is an awesome match, said AB Jobson. Eddie heel turn. It's a bit weird for him to turn heel after he was... I think if you were going to do that spot, and let's see what gets said. Let's see how this plays out. But I think if you was going to do that spot, don't have Eddie chopping away at John earlier in the match. Like, if Kingston doesn't want Moxley to get hurt, then, like, why was he hurting him earlier in the match? That would be my question. Maybe there'll be an answer to that. Elbows coming in by Claudio. Throwing in these elbows to the side of the head. Crowd are chanting fight forever. Got the Bucks up. Wheeler Yuta just got planted. Claudio goes into a commentary table. Ishii's about to come in. Ishii charging over. Collides into Wheeler Yuta. He's trying to get Wheeler Yuta up. Ishii is climbing up. He's looking for a superplex. Ishii is picking up. That's nice. That's nice by Ishii. There's been some good superplexes tonight. Shoulder up by Wheeler Yuta. Kingston getting in. Both colliding into Wheeler Yuta. Wheeler Yuta goes down to one knee. We're seeing the Young Bucks stirring. Claudio gets chucked into the ring post. 1, 2. And Matt Jackson makes the save. Umino comes in. Now we've got Nick Jackson in there. We got Takeshita in there. Takeshita going against the ropes. Clothesline. In comes Hangman. Takeshita's power bombed. Here's Kingston coming in the background. Back elbow. Moxley didn't think twice about planting Kingston. No issue there by Moxley. Kick to the back of the head by the Bucks. Wheeler Yuta down. Moxley goes down. Hangman looking for the buckshot. Goes over. Duck underneath by Wheeler Yuta. Ishii connects though. Ishii going against the ropes. Clothesline. Down goes Wheeler Yuta. Trying to pick him up. Look at the strength. Look at the deadlift. That looked brutal, man. 1, 2, 3. So it is a win for the Elite. Ishii and Kingston. Put your scores in as to how you felt about that match. Match is over, says Hayden. Ishii pins Yuta. The super kick party continues. Anna says, I'm back. It was a great match, 4.5. Trey Gaming says 4. LS Dub said 4.25. Kingston still down on the outside. Kingston wasn't able to celebrate with the rest of the winners. I got only 2 predictions wrong so far. Christopher said 3.5. Joe said 4. Mike, shout out to you. I've never live chatted on YouTube. YouTube's changed. Okay, so we've got Ishii, we got Eddie Kingston, we got the Bucks. Where's Hangman? Oh, there he is. I was going to say we're missing someone, but it was Hangman. There he is. Well, they walk off. Kingston doesn't seem thrilled. Perhaps he's hurting because Moxley didn't hesitate to lay him out. Japanese announce team. El Desperado. Murata. Matoi. Did Mox run out of blood? He didn't bleed at all. What's your score? What for that last match? 3-2-5. It's not my match. Could have told you that before it even started. It's I like singles matches. I like one-on-one. I can do tag matches, but those kind of matches where it's just this person's in the ring, does a move, gets back out, another person comes in. It's just you're just watching people do moves. There's not really, whilst people are selling on the outside, there's other moves happening in the ring. So it's like, I don't know, that drama, that emotion that you get with like a singles match. It's not really there in a multi-man match when it's just move. It's just not my thing. But it is many people's things, and I can understand as to why people would enjoy the fast-paced action. Right, women's time. Lady time. This could be all right. Tony against Willow. Here we go. Hopefully we get Saraya come out and challenge Storm, like you said, for Wembley. F the Elite, says Xavier. Okay, here is Willow with the New Japan Strong Women's Championship. She was in AEW. She was never really booked that well. I remember seeing her on like Dynamite a few times, and she was just sort of there. Don't remember her ever really going on any kind of win streak. But she's gone over to New Japan. She is the New Japan Strong Women's Champion. She had a good match with Mercedes for that title. She's got a good look. I like Willow. I like Willow a lot. She's got a bit of size to her. She's got a bit of experience. I kind of like the bubbly like personality as well. It's a bit fun. It's baby face. I'm into this. Mitchell said, hope you're well. What's your score so far? I think it's been fun. I honestly can't wait for Ospreay, Omega, Danielson, Okada. I don't know, dude. I don't know. There's not really been much here for me. The MJF Tanahashi match I thought was... Honestly, I mean, if Tanahashi's got knee problems, I would say that, yeah, I could tell. Because there was a lot of trying to take time out of the match. There was a lot of taunting with the crowd, a lot of like abdominal stretches. There's been a lot of silliness during matches, which I'm a bit surprised at. I didn't think that there would be as much as what we've seen on this cards. For example, you know, like MJF holding onto the ropes, the referee counting and MJF saying like, what are you going to do about it? And then the ref booting MJF's hand away in like a real dramatic fashion. MJF looking shocked that the ref's done that. That spot where like Garcia was coming over as the two guys were fighting and Zack Sabre and Shibata, and they kept knocking him back. And then he was doing like the dancing in the ring, like, and then of course the Orange Cassidy little kicks that you get in the ring as well. There's just been like a few moments like that that's been sprinkled throughout the show, which I must admit I wasn't expecting like as much of that sort of comedy during the matches. I don't know. So, like, yeah, the MJF Tanahashi match, I didn't think was that great. CM Punk match, I really enjoyed. I thought that was really good. Sanada, Jungle Boy just didn't really stick around very long, did it? In fact, if we update it, it should tell us how long it was. It was 10 minutes. That was longer than I thought. I thought it was about 8. But Sanada, Jack Perry, I don't know. There didn't seem to be a great deal to it. Orange Cassidy, Zack Sabre, multi-man match, not bothered. Last match, I thought it was about 3-2-5. Again, not much in the way of selling. I feel like, to be honest, this is just all filler for me. If it weren't for those two matches at the top, this card just didn't really float in my boat. But I like the CM Punk match. I think I'm going to get some up from this. I really like Naito, so he's coming up as well. And then those two matches at the top of the cards. I mean, I don't know if I can swoon about them any more than I have, so it's kind of going the way I was largely thinking it would go for me, and that is the card's there. It's got a few interesting things. There's a few things I'm not really that keen on. Overall, the card to me is so-so. But the serious stuff that we're working our way towards, it's coming up. And as we said, this could be a decent little match. A lot of shouting on the outside here. Willow kicks Ruby, forearm strike to Saraya. She grabs Ruby and Saraya, collides them on the outsides. Willow high-five in the crowd. Tony in the ring. Willow getting up, trying to get in the ring. Hip attack by Tony. Didn't seem to get all of that, but Willow collapses down. So after this, how many matches? We've got 3 matches after this. We've got Suzuki Gods against Sting, Darby Allin, and Naito. And then, of course, we've got those big 2 matches. So ladies match, which I'm hoping will be fun. Naito, and then the 2 big matches. I think Saraya just said she's got like some damage on her nose to Tony. I can't see, but clubbing blow there by Tony. Chucking Willow into the ring. Kick coming in there by Tony Storm. Willow going over against the ropes. Double knees by Tony. Shot coming in there by Saraya. Lots of outside interference in this one. Willow throwing in some shots to Tony. Looking for a snap suplex. Getting it. Cover. Kick out by Willow. Got a full Nelson being applied. Do love seeing the classics. Full Nelson. Willow getting back up to her feet. Willow, I like that. Old school, innit? Old school. Full Nelson applied and then using it. Strength to break it. Willow goes down to one knee. Crowd trying to get Willow back into this. She's back up to her feet. Picks up Tony. Plants her down. Britt Baker against Ruby Soho on Wednesday on Dynamite. Saraya shouting at Willow to stay down. Tony is in one corner. Willow over on the other side. Saraya's got some spray paint. She's hiding it. Willow charges over, collides into Tony. Tony in the middle. Boot coming in. Down goes Tony. Tony again on the outside. Willow grabs her. Bit of a stunner there by Tony on the outside. Grabs Willow. We're on the outside of the ring. Willow picking up Tony. She's got her on her shoulders. Oh, Valley Driver. Death Valley Driver by Willow. She jumps back into the ring. Tony's down. Referee checking on her. Willow has got Tony, another Death Valley Driver, this time in the ring. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Tony. Shoulder up by Tony, and there was nothing that Soraya or Ruby could do there. Fight Forever thing says available this Thursday. Willow is going up top. Tony is down in the ring. What's that? There's a spray can that the ref has just got. He's going to throw him from ringside. So, look at the reaction. you, out of there. Ruby goes down to her knees like it's the flipping end of the world. Okay, well, I like that. I like that they're getting removed. Don't be the end, though. I want them to... 1, 2, Willow looking for the pin. No joy. Clothesline. Tony goes down. Okay, so we can really get stuck into this with no outside nonsense. Willow is on that middle rope. Tony is down. Moonsault by Willow misses. DDT by Tony. Willow is over in the corner. Tony charging over. Ooh. DDT. 1, 2. Kick out by Willow. Kick out by Willow. But there is a bit of blood coming from Tony's nose. Tony is back on her feet. Willow is down. Feels like a better... I like this match. This match is pretty good. It's grown on me. I feel like I'm watching like a real contest here, a proper battle. There's a bit of blood coming out the nose of Tony. She's throwing in some kicks to Willow as Willow's getting up to her feet. Now, these are going to do the forearm things, are they? Against the ropes goes Tony. Gets picked up. Spine buster. Spine buster by Willow. It's nice. That's nice. Indian Deathlock by Willow to Tony Storm. Tony trying to grab at the hair of Willow. Chop coming in by Tony. Middle of the ring. This Indian Deathlock looks really painful. Looks really painful. Appreciate the support, dudes. Middle of the ring right now, and Tony's biting the knee of Willow. That was desperation. Referee using his discretion there. But it broke that Indian Deathlock, which was really problematic. She's looking for the hip attack. Willow collides into Tony. Tony goes out the ring. Willow goes through the ropes to the outside, grabs Tony, chucks her back into the ring. Willow gets into the ring. Willow charging over, collides into Tony, and again. Crowd, I'm a little quiet for this. Little quiet for this. Big shots coming in there by Willow. Straps are coming down. Don't see that from women, do you? The straps coming down. Oh, Tony moves the ref in the way so that Willow can't collide into her. Storm Zero by Tony. 1, 2, 3, and she gets the win. Well, not a bad little match. It was all right. Nothing amazing. It was okay. Tony Storm retains. Willow has a terrific opportunity to showcase herself, even if she doesn't win. Much love for Willow, says Elshawn. Willow's marketability is similar to Bailey's old gimmick, says GM Strong. I like Willow. I like her. I think when you see people talking about like bigger people and about how they're out of shape and all that kind of stuff, I do struggle to like agree with that, because I don't know. Again, nostalgia, but you know, I think back to your Bam Bam Bigelows, your Yokozunas, your Vaders. Granted, if you are like really big, it's a big health problem, and it's is potentially going to affect your performance. But if you've just got a bit of size, I mean, I think back to the likes of Bull Nakano, who was no small woman. And she's like one of the absolute goats. You think about Aja Kong as well. So, Willow's got a little bit of size to her. She looks like a credible wrestler. But she's got this bubbly personality and everything. And as we said, her match she has with Mercedes is really good. That was okay. Right, it might be time for Omega and Ospreay. Danny said, I've not been to watch him. How has the show going? You'll have to ask the community, but it's not been a disaster. I don't know that this is a pay-per-view, though, that I feel passionate about. It's not one that I think's gonna be like in the conversation for like pay-per-view of the year. But the two matches that I think the majority of us have tuned in for have yet to happen. So Omega and Ospreay and Danielson and Okada, those are the two matches. And is that the match now? I'm guessing it is. Violent protests are up in Canada. Really good timing, though. Got to give them credit on the time. 2 hours 10. 2 hours 10. We got 3 matches left to go. Yeah, it is. We are looking at Will Ospreay. He's watching a load of TV screens. I think he's watching back the footage of the match from Wrestle Kingdom, which was an absolutely incredible match. It was an incredible match. Ospreay wins this tonight. Here's Ospreay. Let's go into a poll and see what people are thinking. For the IWGP US Heavyweight Championship, I think Ospreay wins it because he didn't win at Wrestle Kingdom, and it's haunted him. And I just can't see Kenny going 2-0 against Ospreay. It's also for the IWGP United States title, and it's not a belt that I think Omega is going to carry for a long time, so you might as well put it on the New Japan Star. Ospreay making his way down to the ring then. There's a few people talking trash to Ospreay, and he's quite happy to talk trash back. I've gone Ospreay, said James. I swear to God, if Jericho's match goes on last, I'll be peeved. No, it'll be next. It'll be the break, won't it, between the two? I mean, brilliant placing actually, because this match is going to get time. It's going to get time. I can see this match getting half an hour, easy, if not longer. I think it's. I mean, I feel confident it's going to be 4.5, 4.75, 5 stars. I feel good that this match is going to be incredible. To the point where you're going to be like, whoa, I need a breather here. I think they're going to use that tag match as the breather. And then we go into Danielson and Okada. I mean, this is where the card starts, man. Here is Kenny Omega then. Something so special about solo singles Kenny matches. There's a thing there. It says AEW singles record. It said 25 wins, 5 losses, 1 draw. That means that in the history, the whole history of AEW, we have only had 31 solo Kenny Omega matches. And I'm guessing that includes house shows and everything. That is the total record of singles matches for Kenny Omega in AEW history, going all the way back to 2019. 25 wins, 5 losses, 1 draw. I mean, obviously, he's had loads of matches, trios matches, faction matches, being in the elites. You know, he's done like, and obviously dealt with a long absence as well. But there is something really special about seeing Kenny in a singles match. Certainly if he's got a dancing partner like he has tonight. So, Kenny in the ring. He's got that IWGP United States Championship. Right, let's go. Please read my comment. Logan Paul in AEW. What would you think? Don't think anything. I would think AEW are trying to get more exposure on social media. That's what I'd think. Big chance. Let's sit back and enjoy this, because there is no way that this is less than 4.5 stars. There's just no way, unless someone picks up an injury. Holy chance as they lock up. Spray. So we're seeing him work on the arms in the early stages. Ospreay rolls through. Lovely reversal. Side headlock. Side headlock by Ospreay. Kenny putting his foot on the back of Ospreay's leg. Lowering him down to the ground. Ospreay comes back up. Kenny's still in control. Working on the arm. Takes Ospreay over. Keeps him grounded. Headlock. Crowd olaying away. Crowd on their feet. Ospreay trying to get back up. They're just saying that there are some Ospreay chants because there's a large contingent of fans that have traveled from the USA. So this isn't a totally Canadian crowd. Have we put Tony on commentary for this match? Why have we done that? Oh man, look how fast that was. Down on the ground, headlock, and Kenny just grabs the head scissors. Callous sucks chant. Ospreay trying to get out of these head scissors. And oof. He does manage to get out, but Kenny makes him pay for it. Elbow to the back of the head. Chop coming in there by Kenny. Chop coming in by Kenny. We're over in the corner. Shots coming in. Ospreay grabs him. Quick strikes. Forearms. Chop coming in. Oh my God. That seems to be right on the flipping throat, man. That seems to be right on the throat. He didn't chop him in the chest. Chopped him in the throat. He got him in the gullet. Ospreay working on the arm. Over in the corner goes Kenny. Hit coming in there by Kenny. Kenny trying to one-winged. Back elbow by Ospreay. Ospreay looking for a cutter. Can't get it. Snapdragon. Oh, Ospreay lands on his feet. Head scissors. Ospreay kicks out. Oh, my. Eating good. There is nothing on this card that is going to match this other than Danielson and Okada, which is still to come. Ospreay walking rounds. Kenny walking rounds. Callus taking a deep breath. Oh, thumb to the eye by Ospreay. Referee, I don't think saw it, though. Kick to the midsection. Clubbing blows to the back of the heads. Omega goes over to the corner. Forearm strike there by Ospreay. Chop coming in by Ospreay as Kenny goes down. Ospreay looking out at the fans. Smile on his face. As he goes over to Kenny, who's down in the corner, grabs him by the hair. Knee strike coming in by Ospreay. That's a right hand there by Kenny. Knee strike coming in there by Ospreay. Over in the corner goes Omega. Ospreay charges over. Omega flips over Ospreay. Oof. Hurricanrana. He's got him up on his shoulders. Rolling. Senton goes up, looking for the moonsault. Connects. Good work by Omega. Kick out by Ospreay. He's dialed in, man. Omega's dialed in. Ospreay goes to the outside. Getting set up. Ospreay on the outside of the ring. Omega going against the ropes. And Don Callis tries to trip him. He just got a little... He got enough. He got enough. Security is getting in the way. Ospreay is on the other side. Okay, Don Callis has been removed from ringside. I really like that security, you know. I'm so tired of security just getting wiped out by the wrestlers. Really tired of it. Watching Cody beat up like 50 security guards, it's just a joke. It looks so preposterous. It doesn't even look good. So a couple of security guards standing in the way there, like, all right, maybe Omega would be able to cause them a few problems, but they've got a good size to them, those lads. They look good. I really like the scarves over the faces as well. Ospreay getting in the ring. One of them looks a little bit like Christopher Daniels. Don Callis is removed from ringside. You're out of there! New Japan Arena vibe makes just a match like this better. Facts. Maggie said, me too, it's stupid. I don't mind a wrestler getting like the better of like a security guards or maybe two, but like the numbers that Cody's been wiping out recently. So I sort of like that. I sort of like Kenny going after Don and then those couple of security guards getting in the way. Plus also, you know, Kenny don't want to have to mess around with them when he's he's got enough on his plate right now. More than enough on his plate. As Chop comes in. Chop there by Kenny. Kick coming in by Ospreay. I feel like the woman and the daughter that had the Lily doll, I think they've gone. I can't see him anymore. Oh my God. Perhaps they vanished in thin air. I swear the empty seats that you can see, I think that's where they were sat. What did Lily do to them? What did she do? Imagine going to Forbidden Door, get into the Omega Ospreay match and going, right, well, I think that's us done. Time to go home. Oh, do you know, we went to Forbidden Door on Sunday. Did you? How was Omega Ospreay? Don't know. What about Danielson, Okada? Oh, I have no idea. We left. We left as soon as we saw Willow. Perhaps that's why the kid was there. She was there to see Willow. I mean, that might add up. Might check out, mightn't it? Against the ropes goes Omega. Oof. Went hard into the leg of Ospreay. Oof. Leg drop to the back of the head. Big kick to the midsection by Omega. Takes Ospreay down. 1, 2. Ospreay kicking out. Thatcher settling down. Crowd settling down. Crowd's clapping along. Omega trying to get Ospreay up. Oh, kick coming in there by Omega. Ospreay definitely seeming to be struggling at the moment. It's all Kenny. Another big chop coming in there by Kenny. Kenny going against the ropes. Oh my God, look at that enziguri. Oh, Ospreay. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, Ospreay has got the ability, the aerial ability, the speed, the agility of Ricochet. I mean, everyone remembers that match of Ospreay and Ricochet. I mean, it's infamous. But he has really evolved and developed, and he doesn't just rely on that. Like, oh, shooting star, man. Shooting star by Ospreay off the top. Kenny was draped over that top rope. That's move of the night. That is sick. Ospreay going up. Oh my God! Cutter! Cutter on the edge of the ring by Ospreay. Man. Oh, man. Shooting star on Kenny, draped over the ropes. Cutter jumping off the middle turnbuckle to Kenny on that. I mean, like the room that you're moving on there is the space that they're operating in is just it's close to non-existent. Gotta have such spatial awareness for that, ain't you? You've really got to know your onions, man. Kenny getting smashed into that commentary table. Yeah, look, he's smashing him into that commentary table. He's trying to do it again, but it's blocked. Song lyric said, if those two security guards tried to stop Brock Lesnar, what do you think would happen? Oh, they'd get dealt with. But hopefully they'd put up a little more resistance than the ones that we tend to see in WWE. Yeah, I'd fancy Brock's chances against those security guards. But they've got a good size to them. They look pretty moody. I mean, like, I feel like they would hopefully be able to hold their own a little more than just get chucked around. But yeah, Brock would come out on top with that. Okay, so he's got the top of that commentary table. These commentary tables are different, aren't they? I mean, they're not your Kenny just gets chucked into that graphic that says Forbidden Door that was off the top of the commentary table. It's really thin anyway. It doesn't really break in any kind of satisfying way, but there's bloods. And there wasn't really much of a soft landing there, was there? So that graphic is split now. So is Omega's head. Ospreay in control. Kenny wobbly on his feet, stumbling backwards. Kenny has got his hands up. He's looking around. He couldn't quite see where Ospreay was. Kenny over by the ropes. Shot coming in by Ospreay. Kenny over by the ropes. Shot coming in again. Omega over by the ropes again. Forearm strike there by Ospreay. Referee's going over. Look at the blood on the forearm. Licks it. You sick. Ospreay looks at the camera and he goes, I am. He had blood on his forearm. He's like, licks it. Kick coming into the side of the head there by Ospreay. These two, they just bring the best out in each other, man. Forearm strike. Ospreay stumbles back. Shot coming in there by Kenny. Both of these guys are on wobbly feet at the moment. Lovely forearm by Ospreay. Kenny goes down. The show will end in 45 minutes to an hour. Shakeem, Days, love it. The crowd is lit, says Luke. Kenny is leaking. Ospreay, end it. I think he is thinking V-trigger and he is pointing the gun. Bang. Against the ropes, looking for the V-trigger. Connects. V-trigger connects. Kenny slumps through the ropes. Oh, this is what I love. I love seeing this selling, and he's down and he's busted and Ospreay's in control. Kenny gets pushed in the ring. Oh, he snatched the Canadian flag. Ospreay has grabbed the Canadian flag. And he wipes his undercarriage with it. Kicks his nose with it as well. Clothesline by Kenny. disrespecting Canada there. But in all fairness, the Canadians are so polite. I'd imagine they have already forgiven him. Kenny gets the Canadian flag. Wraps it around the throat of Ospreay. Looking to hurl Ospreay across the ring. Grabbing him again. And again, chucking him over. Omega walking round. Will Ospreay has more 5-star matches than everyone in WWE combined. I know it sounds outrageous, but it's factual, says Corvids. Yeah. That is Dave Meltzer that decides that, though. I don't think Dave is WWE's biggest fan. Shawn Michaels versus Undertaker at WrestleMania 25 didn't get 5 stars. Give the flag to those kids. They ain't their flag. He didn't get it from them. There's a dude in the corner that it's his flag. Basically, we stole a flag off some dude and we're just giving it to some kids. Knee strike coming in by Kenny. Kenny. So, right, we're on the outside of the ring. Ospreay down. We're on the outside. Crowds are really into this. Crowd are being really vocal here. As you would imagine. I mean, obviously... smashing Ospreay into the ring steps. Loud. Really loud. That sounded really good. Sounded like a flipping gunshot every time he was getting smashed into them. Camera was on Kenny there. I'm guessing it's so that Ospreay could blade, because he's got colour. So Ospreay is in a world of trouble right now. Ref check him. Yeah, there's blood on the steel steps. Ospreay. What's he looking for here? Omega's grabbing Ospreay. They're on top of some steel steps. DDT. Ah, man. He's just DDT'd him onto the steel steps that were turned on their side. Man, crowd are on their feet. There's quite a bit of blood here. There's quite a bit of blood. Ospreay being chucked into the ring. Omega getting into the ring as well. I sort of feel like this one is quite brutal. And they really don't like each other. And it's a bit of a grudge match. And there's a lot of bad feelings and ill will. And we're seeing like ring steps being used. We're seeing the top of the commentary table being used. And I sort of think like it fits and it works, this match. We don't need that for Danielson and Okada, because you could look at this and go, how is Danielson and Okada going to beat this? But to be honest, like they don't need to be as vengeful as what we're seeing in this. They can just use their kind of in-ring technical skills. So I think we'll see a different match from Danielson Okada to what we're seeing here. Triangle being applied. Triangle being applied by Kenny. Ospreay trying to pick up Kenny. Oh, lovely. Sit down power bomb. Great strength. Powered up Kenny with one arm. Bang. Sit down power bomb. Yeah, there's blood everywhere. This is a sick match, said Job. Muta Scale will be off the chain with Ospreay, said GM Strong. German suplex got a hell of a elevation to it, but Kenny responds with a German of his own. Now Ospreay hits a German. Don't know how I feel about them popping straight back up after being hit with Germans. I think I'd like a little more sell into those Germans. V-trigger against the ropes. Spanish fly. Spanish fly by Ospreay too. Shoulder up by Kenny. Feels like you're watching a war though, doesn't it? You really feel like you're watching a real battle here. Crowd on their feet applauding away. Yeah, the crowd are loving it. Sharpshooter. Nice. Sharpshooter. Ospreay puts a sharpshooter on to Kenny Omega. Omega trying to get over to the ropes. Imagine Bret Hart in his prime against Kenny Omega. Blood pouring down his face. It's got slight shades of Stone Cold and Bret Hart with the sharpshooter being applied and blood pouring down the face. Both guys are busted. Crossface being applied there by Ospreay. Crossface being applied. Come on, Will Ospreay, said Legend Killer. Brilliant match, said Chairman Atwoods. So, crossface applied at the moment. Still got that security at ringside, but Don Callis has been removed. You still suck, chance. Shots coming in by Ospreay. This crossface is still in. Don't know how long we've been going for, but to be honest, I mean, like, we're doing all right for time, but I've got to think Danielson is going to have a fair bit of time. Danielson and Okada. So, Elite against Blackpool Combat Club. That was 21 minutes. That's the longest match so far. Then we Tony Storm against Willow was 10 minutes. This has got to be half an hour. Ospreay going over to Kenny. We just had that crossface. Quick little kicks by Ospreay. Chop coming in there by Ospreay. More quick kicks. Chop by Ospreay. Ospreay in control. More quick little kicks. Another chop. Ospreay grabbing Kenny. Another chop. These two, of course, former IWGP champions. Chop coming back there by Kenny, but he couldn't get anything behind it. It was very, very weak. Kenny seems to be quite drained. Tries to get in another chop, but there's no power behind it. Doesn't even move Ospreay. Shots coming in there by Kenny. Headbutt by Ospreay. Kenny goes down. Kenny goes down. Ospreay circling rounds. Kick to the side of the head by Ospreay. Oscutter. Oh, kick to the back of the head. There was a knee strike there by Kenny. Ospreay down. So both guys are down in the middle of the ring. Referee just checking on Ospreay. I wonder what would happen if AEW had Hell in a Cell matches, said Stephanie. They're going blah, blah, blah. How are they going to cram in the last 30 matches in this show? There's only 2 matches left. So looking, back elbow there by Ospreay, and again against the ropes, knee to the back, reverse Rana by Omega. Oof. Pile driver by Omega. 1, 2. Oh, was that 3? It doesn't take a lot to break contact with the canvas. I don't even know if that was the 3 or not. Oof, I'd need to see a replay of that, man. That's... Oh. It was so close. It's either the closest 3 count I've ever seen, or he did miss it and he just was too late getting up. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, though. Kenny putting Ospreay up top. His hair is absolutely drenched. So we're over in the corner. He's going to go... Kenny's going for the Snapdragon Suplex. No. One-winged. One-winged. He seems to be setting up for the one-winged. Unless Ospreay can reverse it into a reverse Rana. He's reversed it. But he was looking... Oh, he's going for the... Oh, I thought he was going for the one-winged himself there, but he kicks Omega. Omega slumps to the outside. Ospreay is climbing up. Kenny on the outside. Ospreay looking for a moonsault to the outside. Oof. A Sky Twister press, apparently. It's like a twisting senton in the air, comes crashing down onto Omega. I just thought he was doing a moonsault. Ospreay going up top again. Oh, man. Crashes into Omega. This is a 5-star match, said WWE AEW fan. They're both kicking each other. Both go into clotheslining each other. Knee strike there by Kenny. Clothesline goes over. Sit down powerbomb. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Kenny. Ospreay up. Oh! Oscutter connects. Man. And it looked brutal as well by Ospreay. 1, 2. Kick out by Kenny. Man, that looked really good. That cutter looked really good. These two are just throwing everything at each other and the flipping kitchen sink. Omega has got Ospreay up. Is that a vertebraker? What's going on now? We've got Don Callis has come down. Don Callis has come down. He got removed from ringside. The commentators are saying he might have a towel. He might be thinking of throwing the towel in for Ospreay. He doesn't have a towel. Don Callis on the outsides. Has the referee not seen him? So that's actually good commentary by Tony there. I'll give credit where it's due. I mean, I sort of feel like the ref needs to deal with the Don Callis situation. He's thrown him from ringside and Don Callis has just come back, so... What? But Tony just said, listen, Don Callis will be fined for this. He will be fined. The ref has got a lot on his plate right now, and you can sort of... I can understand that. I suppose I'm disappointed refs haven't come down to take Don Callis away. What's the point in throwing him away from ringside if he's just going to walk his way back out again later in the match? So, you know, Tony saying, look, referee's got a lot on. Don't worry, Don Callis will get a hefty fine for this. I thought that was pretty good in the moment commentary. Still want to see him go, though. Kenny is on his feet. He's looking to put Ospreay away. Now Don is getting involved. I don't want to see this. These two have just had a banging match, man. Kenny going against the ropes. V-Trigger connects on Ospreay. So Don Callis, who was removed from ringside, has come back down. Now he's getting involved in the match. There's a screwdriver that Callis has handed to Kenny. I think this finish is really taken away. Double underhooks. Ospreay has got Kenny up. Plants him. And I think that's going to be it. Oh, Kenny just gets a toe on the rope, though. I like that. That's a nice little spot. Kenny just getting a toe on the rope. Ospreay can't believe it as well. Don Callis is still on the outside. So we did a poll. Over 400 people voted. 61% went with Ospreay. 38% went with Kenny. Callis is giving instructions to Ospreay. And he is on his knees. F.U. Callis chants. Knee strike by Ospreay. Going for the one winged. He's got Kenny up. And connects. One. Kick out by Kenny. Kicks out on one. Feel like we've jumped the shark here. We've got a guy that's been thrown from ringside that's come back. Now we've got Kenny being hit with a one-winged, and now he's kicking out at 1 after this absolute war. These two chopping away, slapping away. Knee strike coming in there by Kenny. Kick coming in by Ospreay. Omega with a brain buster on Ospreay. Picking up Ospreay, is going for a one-winged. Oh. German. Kick out. Ospreay gets shoulder up. Big guy said, just enjoy it. If Tony Khan can't get a Punk Omega Bucks program, then AEW will be meaningless, says Carlos. Crowd are chanting, fight forever. Knee strike there by Kenny. Kenny, Ospreay reverses. He's got Kenny up. Kenny lands on his feet. Back elbow. Kenny goes down. Double underhooks. Oh, man, that's horrific. 1, 2. Kick out by Kenny again. Man, that move looked brutal. Just dropped him on his head, like, horrifically so. Kenny is getting up. Elbow to the back of the head by Ospreay. This has got to be it. This has got to be it. Stormbreaker connects. 1, 2, 3. Ospreay wins. Right, get in your scores. Kevin Kelly said, I want to celebrate greatness. I want to celebrate this moment. Ospreay is victorious in Canada. Corvid says 7. Dylan said 5 out of 5. Red Bull Insider said great match. Tommy said went a little long. Tim said 8.5. Justin said 4.25. LT with a 10. LS Dub said 4.75. Jeremiah said 5. Shane says 10. L. Sean says 8. Jordan said 0 out of 0. Anna said 4.75. Trey Gaming said 4.75. Will Ospreay wins 5 out of 5. Arsenal Celtic said 10 out of 10. Connor the Slayer said 10 out of 10. Tim said the Jobber won 0 out of 10. Edward said 5 out of 5. Shaquem said 4 out of 5. Jacob said 4.5. The ending ruined it. Easily 5 out of 5, said AB Jobson. 5 out of 5 says Stephanie. 5 out of 5 says Hayden. 10 out of 10 says Jose. 11 out of 10 says Soli. Jojo Wolf said 5 out of 5. Chris says 10. Efren says 10. The match overstayed its welcome, says Boomers. Jove says 8.5. Wrestling Cult says 4. Kieran says 10. Chairman Atwood says 10. Aubrey said 8.5. YouTube fan said 7.5. Drew McIntyre says 11 out of 10. Lot of love for this. I mean, what we're not seeing are scores of 3, 3.5, anything along those lines. I suppose there was some 7s. I saw a 7. 7.77 says Leon. I think I'd be 4.5, 4.75. That's where I would be. I think it's a really enjoyable match. But Don Callis coming back out, I just didn't need anything from when Don Callis returns. I do also think, some of them moves, I think it does outstay its welcome a little bit. when you see them just kicking out of like some of that stuff, certainly when he got dropped on his head so horrifically, the match really didn't need to continue after that point. Is it nitpicky? Sure, but we're asking whether this is a 5-star match or not. So we have to be nitpicky. So for me, I'm 4.5, 4.75. It's kind of gone the way I thought, actually. I thought this would be a really good match, but afterwards we would say not as good as the Wrestle Kingdom match. And I feel quite comfortable that this was not as good as their Wrestle Kingdom match, but still easily the best thing we've seen on this show. Maybe the best thing we see on this show. And for many people, 5 out of 5. Excalibur says, somehow we've got even more to come. We know what the next match is going to be because there's only 2 matches left. And Danielson against Okada is going to be our main event. So coming up next, it is going to be the Suzuki Gods against Sting. Darby. Naito. I'm looking forward to seeing Naito. And I'm really looking forward to Danielson Okada. That has been the one for me all throughout this. Time-wise, we've just hit 3 hours of this main card. So I reckon we're another hour here, I reckon. International Dream Match main event still to come. Stingo Benables. Stingo Benables. The Suzuki Gods against Stingo Benables. Right, here we go. We got Suzuki making his way out. So, the Suzuki Gods making their way down. Wouldn't mind a cheeky segment. John said, Sting hasn't lost in AEW yet, so I don't see him losing this one. Well, we could actually put up our poll for... We won't put a poll for this one, because I don't think this is going to stick around too long. I think it'll stick around too long. I think it'll be a fun little match, probably eat up about 10 minutes or so. So we might as well put up a poll for our main event. Who's going to win, Danielson or Okada? Which way is that main event going? Aubrey, the ref. I don't know if we've seen Aubrey tonight. I don't remember seeing Aubrey tonight. Time for the co-main event, says Hayden. Time for a cuppa before I pass out. Do you know what? I'm going to grab a Red Bull, actually. Yeah, I'm going to do that whilst we're just getting these entrances. Rainmaker. Okay, so Sammy and Jericho making their way down to the ring. You put Stein instead of Sting. That's his new name. It's Stein! Okay, they're singing Judas. Who the hell is Stein? If you don't know, then you don't know wrestling. My favorite wrestler, WCW wrestler, Stein. It's Stein. Do you remember Surfer Stein? Oh, my favorite. Love Surfer Stein. Do you remember that match of Stein against Ric Flair? Oh, man. I love Ric Flair. Boo! Ric Flair. The Natural Boy. Darby Allin, Stein making their way down to the ring. Not interested in these boomers. Where's Naito? Do 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 do. Yes. Destino. Is that Jericho wishes he was a rock and roll star, whereas Naito is a rock and roll star. Naito. We've never seen Naito in AEW before. Apart from Saturday. Making his AEW debut. Naito looking great. Stein had a few good albums. Oh, yeah. Okay, so Naito has made his way down. Okay, about to get underway with this this multi-man match at co-main event. And then it is going to be Danielson and the Rainmaker. Los Ingobernables. Okay, so Naito still taking off his entrance gear. Looks like Naito's going to start us off against Sammy Guevara. Naito gestured like he was going to lock up and then decided not to. And does it again. Kick to the midsection by Naito. Naito against the ropes. Sammy comes over, kick to the face. Charges over, Sammy over the top. Drop kick by Sammy. Kip up by Sammy. Actually, you know, Sammy and Naito one-on-one. That could be fun, couldn't it? That could be fun. That's not a bad little matchup there. Sammy and Naito. To the outside goes Sammy. Naito against the ropes. And again. Yeah, Tranquilo. Tranquilo. I like the match against the Small Show on the program cooked in 2015. I feel like I've walked halfway into a conversation there. Springboard over the top goes Sammy. Arm dragged by Naito. Back elbow. Drop kick to the back of the head. Naito rubbing the hair of Sammy. Goes over, makes the tag. In comes Darby. Is Suzuki. Suzuki gets tagged in. Suzuki coming into the ring. So, Darby and Suzuki, I can tell you that the time has just appeared on Wikipedia for that match between Ospreay and Kenny. Clocked in at 39 minutes 45. So, a near 40-minute match between Ospreay and Kenny. Another forearm strike. I'm guessing Danielson and Okada will get the same. I would imagine. Probably, I can't see him going longer. Suzuki. Big elbow and Darby goes down. Darby will get his toughness tested with Suzuki, said GM Strong. Darby getting back up to his feet, blows kiss to Suzuki, puts in a chop. I don't think Suzuki even felt it. Darby with this chop, Suzuki. I think he was still waiting for it after it landed. Darby gets caught. 1, 2. Darby, though, rolls over, gets a 2 count. Sting wants in. Tag. In comes Sting. It's Stein! Sting getting in the ring. So, Sting and Suzuki. Jericho wants in. Jericho's like, tag me in. And Suzuki's like, no. Jericho is desperate to get him. Suzuki tags him in. Suzuki didn't want to do that. So now we're getting Jericho and Sting in the ring. Jericho looking out at the fans. Oh, double axe handle from behind by Suzuki. Now it's all broken down. I think Jericho was waiting for the fans to break out into like a "this is awesome" chant. Never quite got there for some reason. I don't know. I mean, it is quite a moment with these two being face to face. Maybe the crowd are just a bit burnt out from like Ospreay and Omega, which you could understand. Shots being exchanged between Jericho and Sting. Jericho back in the corner. Reversal. Sting goes over the other side. Splash by Jericho. Sting moves out the way. Nice. Defcon Eric says, shouldn't Andrade Roosh be in Naito's corner for tonight? I don't think there's anyone in the corners. I don't think there's anyone in the corners for Suzuki Gods. I think it's just the 6 guys that are in the match that are out there. Jericho getting back up. Tag. In comes Jericho. Sammy and Jericho working together. Sting going against the ropes. Sting goes down. Sammy and Jericho posing. Suzuki comes in. That's pretty fun. Suzuki comes over. He poses as well. I sort of feel like with this match, I feel like this is the match that's there to just provide a bit of like a breather. We've just had like a real intense Ospreay Omega match. I'm pretty sure we're going to get a technical masterclass with Danielson and Okada. So like, if you put a bit of humor into this match, yeah, fine. Of all the matches on the cards, this one I'm all right with it having a little bit of humor. Because I think this needs to be the breather where we, you know, have a bit of a breathe. It's not move, action, 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 action. So like that little spot there, that was all right. That was pretty fun. Darby going up. Sammy comes over looking for a Spanish fly. Spanish fly. Sammy dragging Darby into the center. Kick out. I'm struggling, but I'm going to stay up for the rest of the show, says WWE AEW fan. Who won the last match? Last match was Will Ospreay. This pay-per-view is going to go till midnight. Oh, yeah. It's 4:15 here in the UK. It's what I said earlier. It's great match placement, says James. Tim said, this show might be the worst pay-per-view in history. Worse than that show from 2002. Darby going over, tagging in Naito. Naito knocking Suzuki off the edge of the ring. Oh, that was crisp by Naito, man. Head scissors by Naito. Grabs Jericho's legs, spits at Jericho. Naito spits at Jericho. Jericho charges over. Crowd didn't really react too kind to that. I think the crowd were like, oh, that's a bit disgusting, isn't it? Forearm strike by Jericho. Yeah, Naito with some vicious elbows. Against the ropes. Oh. Sleeper applied by Jericho, Suzuki, Sammy. They all come in. Suzuki's got Sting. Sammy's got Darby. Suzuki to the outside. Sting goes out after him. Darby going against the ropes hard. Suicide dive collides into Suzuki. Suzuki goes down. Darby against the ropes again. Collides into Jericho. Jericho goes down, but I think he wiped out Darby as well. Was it a Judas effect? Looked like he clipped the shoulder. Not the best camera angle. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Again, not the best camera angle. Something happens on the outside, but we didn't see it. Sting just goes down. Jericho getting a table. So a table being introduced by Jericho. Setting a table up. I don't know where we are with this match. I don't know who the legal men are. Sammy's in the ring, so I'm guessing he's one. I think Naito's in the ring as well. Sting being chucked into a barricades. placed onto table. Jericho getting up. Jericho is having a word with Sammy. Sammy going up top. Sting is on table. Oh, that's a great looking move, isn't it? Sammy spinning multiple times in the air, landing on Sting, who was on the table. That means we've got Jericho Naito in the ring. Against the ropes goes Naito. Jericho collides into Naito. Naito goes down. Lion Salt. Knees up. Destino! No, couldn't get it. Oh. Boston Crab. Sting comes in. Sting knocks down Jericho. Steps through. Scorpion Deathlock connects. Suzuki grabs Sting. Pile driver. Basement drop kick by Naito. Jericho comes over. Ooh. 1, 2. Kick out by Naito. Crowd are quite quiet for this, to be honest. I don't think this is quite what this match needed to be. I mean, we've got a lot of action in this. What we needed is a Total Divas match. That's what we needed. We needed Natalya and the Bellas and Alicia Fox taking on Eva Marie, JoJo, some other women that we can scrape together, the Funkadactyls, where we're not having to pop for loads of moves. I do want to see the Destino, though. I'm sure we will. Destino! Round the back goes Suzuki. Chop coming in there by Sting. Got to the midsection by Suzuki. Suzuki against the ropes. Atomic drop. Clothesline by Sting. Rolled through by Naito to... Oh, I'm not going to get Destino. I don't deserve Destino. Oh, wow. No, maybe I will get a Destino. I don't know. He's got his bat. He's just walloped Naito. Naito goes out the ring. So it's a win for Naito, Sting, and Darby. Oh, no. Maybe I won't get Destino. Sting, Darby, Naito win. No way. Old man Sting loses. Gotta make the 3-year-olds happy. Sting wins. Right, here we go. Main event time. Main event time. Stino. Mega. I don't know Danielson's. He's American Dragon, isn't he? I ain't typing all that out. I don't even think it would fit. Time for the main event. I'm an AEW fan. I'm not watching a 3-hour talk fest. Went on for too long, says Helmets. Danielson's going to win. Sting won. You must be happy. Okay, so we just got the video package right now between Danielson and Okada. Okada's much taller than Danielson. Who comes out first, Danielson? We got final countdown. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Time for the main event. As much as I love Naito, that match was pretty bland, says Rezi. The American Dragon. Danielson comes out with a Blackpool Combat Club jacket on. Right. How great is this match going to be? Is this a match that we're going to talk about forever? Danielson is a hobbit. Crowd are fired up for this one. Still see the blood on the side of those ring steps. Okay, so Danielson comes down to the final countdown. Tony says, if tonight doesn't get you fired up for professional wrestling, then you don't have a pulse. Okay, Danielson in the ring. Here's Okada. Are they going to make it rain money, or is it raining money? Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's cool. They have got it raining money. Rainmaker. Kazuchika Okada making his way down. The best in the world argument might be settled here. Does feel that way. Does feel that way. Who is the best in the world? We might be about to find out. Okada comes down as money rains all around him. The Bills are floating their way into the ring. Looks great as they're like, look at that. They're like, spinning in the air. There's people like plucking them. Wonder what's on the Bills. Do you reckon it's Tony Khan topless? Just like. I hope so. Right, let's go. That's the extra budget from not using pyro for Cody. Right, the bell has sounded. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Okada in one corner, Danielson in the other. We got a "This is awesome" chant. Loud, this is awesome chants. These two circling rounds. Right, lock up. Danielson grabbing the arm. Taking Okada down. Okada rolls out. Grabs the leg. Round the back, Danielson. Pulling at the chin, actually. That was nice. Grabbed arm round. Rotating the chin round. But Okada gets away. Backs off into the corner. Crowd are really lively for this. Really vocal for this. Okada looking calm. Danielson, bit more emotion on his face. Locking up. Again. Test of strength this time. Don't see test of strengths, do you really? Right now they're shoulder to shoulder. Okada is taller and is winning the strength battle here. Danielson down on his knees. Okada in control, but Danielson kicks out of it. Takes the leg away from Okada. Turns Okada over. Standing on the back. Is going to look for the surfboard stretch. He is trying to get the arms back. He's got the legs tied. Oh! Comes crashing down onto the legs of Okada. Danielson puts his arms out, backs over in the corner. Starts doing some jumping jacks. Okada getting back up to his feet. Danielson circling round. Okada circling round as well. Locking up. Side headlock. Nice work by Okada. Danielson goes down to one knee. Danielson back up to his feet. Against the ropes goes Okada. Shoulder tackle. And again, we're seeing that strength advantage from Okada. He wins that. He wins that exchange. Danielson goes over to the corner, goes up, flips over the top. Nice against the ropes. Classic Danielson. Duck underneath. Chop. Okada. Duck underneath again. Back elbow. Really quick. Really speedy. Nice little exchange. And Danielson certainly felt that. Okada grabbing Danielson. Takes him over. Against the ropes goes Okada. Drop kick. Danielson rolls out the ring. Danielson rolls out the ring. Okada gets out the ring as well with all that money lying around. I don't believe it to be legal tender. Into the railing goes Danielson. Oh, big boots. Wow, like a haluva kick by the Rainmaker, and Danielson goes over the railing into the crowds. Okada grabs him, drags him back to the ringside area. Thought he was going to go for a draping DDT, but he didn't. Okada goes into the side of the ring, and Hammerlock pushes Okada into the ring post. Okada goes down. Danielson gets back into the ring. Okada down on the outsides. Danielson having a little look as Okada on his hands and knees. Crawling over. Danielson going against the ropes. Charging over. Knocks Okada into the commentary table. Danielson, edge of the ring. It's a nice pace to this. Nice pace to this. We're not that far into the match. Diving knee strike there as Okada goes down on the outside. Danielson in control. Yeah, there was, as I said, nice little pace to this. We haven't really spent long doing lots of holds in the middle of the ring. He's got the arm behind the back. Again, shoves Okada into the ring post. Okada goes down. Danielson grabbing Okada, chucking him back into the ring. You can see people on their feet all around the ringside area as Danielson starts climbing up. Gonna jump on the arm? Does jump on the arm. Okada was just having a bit of a breather. He had his arm on the rope. Danielson jumps onto that arm. Okada manages to get a shoulder up. Danielson driving a knee into the back. Again, pulling on the arm. Okada trying to get over to the ropes, and he does. So that hold gets broken. Danielson dragging Okada into the center of the ring. Elbows coming in to the sides of the head into the chest. Danielson in firm control. Is that a cattle mutilator? Now he pins him, and Okada really struggles to kick out of that. I believe we had a cattle mutilator, which was then moved into like a pin by Danielson. Beautiful pin attempt, and Okada really struggled to kick out of it. It's all Danielson right now. Chop coming in. Heavy chop as well. Kick coming in there by Danielson. Another chop coming in by Danielson. Okada takes a few steps forward, though. Okada. Looks like these strikes are not affecting him. Okada. Kick coming in there. Okada getting fired up. Another strike coming in by Danielson. These two exchanging forearms, exchanging blows. Back in the corner goes Okada. Reversal. Danielson goes over into the corner. Kick by Danielson. Okada stumbles back. Oh, big power move. Okada grabs Danielson, chucks him in the air. Danielson comes crashing down. Both guys are down in the center of the ring. Okada's going to win this one, says Corvids. GM Strong said psychology is good so far. Very technical. Back elbows by Okada. Against the ropes goes Danielson. Danielson reverses. Okada against the ropes. Danielson against the ropes. Big boot by Okada. Danielson goes down. Okada has got Danielson back into the corner. Okada charging over, collides into Danielson. It's a nice little camera shot there. DDT. Oh, that was a great DDT as well. 1, 2, shoulder up, shoulder up. Crowd a little bit quiet here. I'm guessing that Ospreay Omega match has still kind of drained the energy levels a little. Right, we've got Okada, has got Danielson up. European uppercut. That was nasty, man, by the looks of it. Danielson collides into the corner, but Okada moves out the way. Drop kick. That was nice. That was good. Okada puts Danielson on the top, drop kicks him, and Danielson spills to the outside. Now we've got Okada going to the outside as well. And he's going after Danielson, grabs Danielson. We're on the outside of the ring. Danielson reverses. It's Okada that goes into a railing. Danielson charges over. Okada dumping Danielson into the crowds. What's he going for here, Okada? Okada goes over. Oh, man, he had no room to operate there, did he? He had no room to operate. He goes over the top barricades, cross bodies Danielson, and the gap that he had to operate was like no wider than this. He's done well there. He's done really well. That's like flipping centimeter perfect. So he jumps over the railing, cross-bodied, very tight space, grabs Danielson and chucks him back into the ring. The title of best wrestler in the world is at stake. The money clip being applied here by Okada on Danielson in the middle of the ring. Nice submission, Holden. You can see that Danielson's struggling here. Danielson getting up to his feet, driving Okada back into the corner. Danielson charging over. Okada has got Danielson up. Oh, net breaker by Okada. Danielson gets a shoulder up. Danielson harming Okada's arm to make his Rainmaker finisher ineffective. It's a good point, GM Strong. That was nice. We've got Okada driving Danielson back in the corner. Okada going up. Well, I don't know what move he's going for here. He's got Danielson. Elbow coming into the side of the head there by Danielson. And again, he's raining down shots. Okada charging over. Kick coming in there by Danielson. Danielson going up. Okada in the middle. Danielson, missile drop kick. Okada goes down. Missile drop kick connects by Danielson. Right, referee counting as both guys are down, but Danielson is getting back up to his feet. AJ Styles is the best in the world, said Tommy. Got coming in there by Danielson. Uppercut there by Danielson. And again, Okada going back into the corner. European uppercut coming back there by Okada. And again, Okada driving Danielson back. And now Danielson firing back with some uppercuts. And again. Driving Okada back. Crowd are really quiet, you know. There was some noise in the early stages, but they've really gone quiet now. Danielson with another big European uppercut. Hearing an Okada chant start him. It was like... Yeah, we got dueling chants. Or European uppercuts coming in by Okada. Danielson spinning Okada around. It's got him up. Danielson lands on his feet. Back elbow there by Okada. Uppercut there by Danielson. Drop kick by Okada. Danielson goes down. Okada coming over. Grabbing Danielson. Picks him up. Puts him on his shoulders. Danielson lands on his feet. German suplex. by Danielson. Danielson is getting back to his feet. Okada is in the corner. Danielson charging over. Oof. Drop kick right in the face. Charging over again. Okada. Oh, lovely drop kick by Okada. That was great. That was great. Rainmaker. Rain. Oh. Another drop kick. Couldn't get the Rainmaker. Whoa. That was close. That Rainmaker was close. Beautiful drop kicks, though. I mean, such extension and snap on them. This is awesome, chant. Seems like these fans are fans of drop kicks as well. Elbow drop, but actually Danielson catches it. He's trying to get the armbar. He's not going to get it. Rolls over. Is he going to get it? Yeah, he does. So armbar by Danielson. But he transitions into a crossface. Crossface applied. That is a go-to hold for Danielson. Okada is trying to get over to the ropes. And he does get to the ropes. Okada gets to the ropes, so Danielson has to break the crossface. Okada's the John Cena of New Japan, says A.B. Jobson. Tony Khan doesn't get embarrassed. He just makes history, books greatness, and stacks money, says Corbett. Kick to the back of Okada. Okada goes down to the outside. I hope they sell those Okada books. Be a fun thing, wouldn't it? That you could buy on AEW shop. Or if it was from the actual show as well. Rainmaker misses. Drop kick on the outside. Okada goes over by the entrance ramp. Danielson is waiting for Okada to get up. Yeah, he wants to fire in another kick here. And Okada's getting up. Danielson with a kick to the chest. And again. So firing in the kicks, backing up, looking for a big one. Okada goes down. Picks up Danielson. Tombstone on the entrance ramp. Tombstone pile driver by Okada and Danielson on the entrance ramp. So we are... Both guys are down. Probably should be counting them out, but... Right, Okada's getting back to his feet. Grabs Danielson. Danielson's like a dead weight here. He's getting taken back over to the ring. Does he have anything left? I wish I could watch this. It sounds amazing, says Martin, but I'm at work. Oh, dude. Yeah, there's some good action in this. It's good action. I think what we've not had is that kind of crazy sequences and kickouts and, you know, that kind of, that part of it where we're getting like the close falls. We've put a lot of groundwork in. We should be harvesting the crop soon. Reaping the rewards. Elbow drop by Okada. I actually think the match is in quite a good place at the moment. We've done a lot of laying the foundation. He's calling for the Rainmaker. He's calling for the Rainmaker. He's tried for it a couple of times. Trying to get Danielson up. Danielson just slumping over. He is a dead weight right now. Referee is... what's he calling for? Oh, the doctor is coming in. Ref coming over. Danielson's just like convulsing, doing some weird stuff. Looking for the Rainmaker. Duck underneath by Danielson. Knee strike by... I don't know why we do this stupid stuff. Like, match is in a really good place. I don't need to see Danielson, like, doing whatever he was doing. It looked like there was an exorcism going on in the ring. I don't know what that was. It was like... He went full-blown Ultimate Warrior. So I feel like that moment, like people in the crowd would have been like, "What's he doing? What's this?" But the Rainmaker doesn't connect, and Danielson connects with the knee. Carter with a forearm strike. Clubbing blows to the back. Kick coming into the side of the head there by Okada. Looking for a German suplex, but Danielson lands on his feet. Knee strike. Knee by Danielson. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. It's time to kick his effing head in, says Danielson. So now we've got kicks coming into the side of the head of Okada. This arm, the right arm of Danielson doesn't seem to be in a great place here, does it? The way that he's holding the arm, it's like, I don't know if he's done some damage there, but that arm just looks like dead. Just like it's not really working. Kick coming in there by Danielson. If he's selling that right arm, he's doing a great job of it. Back into the corner. Look, it's down. It's sort of like it's dislocated. He's having to yes with just the left arm. Got yes chants going as Okada gets up. Okada with a drop kick. Oh. Driver by Okada. Rainmaker. Rainmaker. Shoulder up by Danielson. Shoulder up. Rainmaker. Lily cursed him from the crowd. Is that what it is that what it was? I thought Foam was I thought Papa Shango was gonna appear or something, yeah. We got a This Is Awesome chant by the crowds. Rainmaker. Close line. Down goes Danielson. Carter has got Danielson's arm and he goes for another clothesline. Danielson slumps down again. Grabbing Danielson, looking for the Rainmaker. Duck underneath. Danielson charging over. Look, trying to hit him with the knee. Rainmaker again. No, duck underneath. Danielson looking for that crossface. He's trying to get the crossface applied here, Danielson. Yeah, they're saying this is all left arm. The right arm's not really applying a great deal of pressure here. They're calling it a 50-60% label lock. Okada is he's a little way from the ropes here. He should be able to make it. I don't know why Danielson keeps doing the label lock, to be honest, because it's been a while since I've seen someone tap out to it. Jim Ross is the man, says Anthony. Trying to pull back on the arm there. Okada trying to get to the bottom rope. Okada again kicking out, trying to get to that bottom rope. Pulling back on the arm. It looks moody, man. It looks really moody. Danielson again pulling back. Using his foot as well. The arm is like, oof. It looks brutal. It looks brutal. Oh, is he tapped? Damn, he's tapped him to it. It looked brutal. The arm was being bent back. Danielson picks up the win. Okada taps, yeah. Well, I'm stunned by that. Put in your scores for that. Put in your scores. I mean, they put work in. 4 says WWE AEW fan. 4 says Hayden. Tommy said 3. Anna said 425. Didn't expect that, says Ghost Pod Gaming. No, same. I didn't expect that either. 5 says Kyron. 2 says Paul. 3.5 says Donald. 4 says Danny. Jack said 3.5. Shakeem said 3. Epic North says 4.2. The match sucked, said Chad. Soli says 10. Ellis Stubb said 425. Danielson looking out at the fans. 4 says Joe. Ava said this match was better than Omega and Ospreay. Sean, shout out to you. This song is goated, says WWE AEW fan. I feel like it was a battle. I don't get that convulsing thing. I mean, the reason why I don't get it is because if that was real, there surely would be a lot more concern. Like if he was like convulsing and having a fit. But the way that the doctor and the ref like acted, they were just like, yeah, just leave him to it. Yeah. So it just, I don't know. It just didn't. It was just strange. Took me a bit out of the match, and then like we kind of went again. But there's some really good stuff in there. I mean, outside of that convulsing thing, which is weird, felt like a real battle. Felt like a real fight. Very weird ending. Strange ending. I feel like it's probably like a 3.75 to a 4. I sort of feel like it was heating up and it was getting somewhere. And then, like, it just sort of ended, didn't it, really? Yeah. That's it. It has ended. The show has ended. Show has ended. It is done. Lily Curse couldn't stop the American Dragon. Put in your scores for the show. What did you think about the show? I mean, they've clocked in at 4 hours, which actually isn't too bad. 5, including the kickoff show. But it used to be longer than that. Let's see what people think. Do you think it's 8 to 10, 7 to 7, 7.5, 6 to 6.75? 8 out of 10, fairly decent, says A.B. Jobson. Johnny Boy said 7.5. Edward says 8. Christopher says 5. Aaron says 10 out of 10. Omega Ospreay was best match of the night. It'll go to a 6.5 because of the ending. Pay-per-view underperformed except for Omega Ospreay, says GM Strong. 7.25 said Shaquem. Soli said 9.5. Johnny Boy said definitely 7.5. Dower says 4. Joel says 8. Tilia said 8.5. Mitchell said, I will say I'm a little bummed because Tony said there would be a historic thing to set up All In. I just didn't feel I got that. I was hoping for a Bushi. Oh, well, that's very interesting, Mitchell, because what would that historic thing be? What would that be? Jungle Boy? Jungle Boy turning on Hook? I mean, I don't think that's historic. I suppose it's historic in the sense of, has Jungle Boy ever been a heel? Is this the first time he's been a heel? So, you know, in the 4-year history of AEW, would a Jungle Boy heel turn warrant as being historic? Don't know. But that certainly will play into All In, won't it? Jungle Boy turning heel. Wonderful show. We're lucky to live in a time when there's such generous billionaires willing to spend their fortune on gracing us fans with top-tier wrestling that we just don't see anywhere else, says Corvids. Hayden said, Kenny Omega versus Will Ospreay was my favourite match of the night. 825 for Forbidden Door, said Erase Your Minds. Paulie says 8 out of 10. BDB said 8. Solid pay-per-view with great matches. Not many surprises. Loopy Girl says 9. AB Jobson said 3.5. Waiting for the media scrum. Well, yeah. Yes. Last time we saw CM Punk at a media scrum. Felt like Bryan Okada was longer than just maybe that shoulder extension force Okada to tap out. I don't know how long it went. I don't think it was that long. Well, when I say not that long, I mean I don't think it was as long as Omega and Ospreay. Got the times on Wikipedia. Yeah. 27 minutes. So Ospreay Omega went 39. Danielson Okada went 27. I wonder if Danielson picked up an injury because his right arm just wasn't there, was it? What I will say is I think they needed to hit like that 4 hour. I think they had planned for 4 hours and they hit 4 hours and the broadcast ended pretty quickly after. So I think they had decided they wanted this show to be 4 hours. I think they felt that Danielson and Okada still had plenty of time to work with. So maybe the injury didn't cut it short, but be interesting to know if it did affect the quality of the match. I'm sure it must have. But yeah, the longest match tonight was Ospreay and Omega, 39 minutes. Danielson Okada, 27 minutes. Elite and Blackpool Combat Club, 21 minutes. And then really everything else is 15, 10, 11, 13. Kickoff show had a lot of 7s. Apparently there was a dart match tonight, Did you know that? Did you know that? Dart match. A match that we never got to see. And now I know you're asking me, what was it? Well, I'll tell you. It was Tom Lawler taking on Serpentico. That was a dart match. And it went 4 minutes 10, and Tom Lawler won. Tom Lawler beat Serpentico in a dart match. A dark dream match. Tom Lawler, of course, was meant to face Adam Cole, but that fight was cancelled earlier today. Adam Cole not medically cleared, unfortunately. So, there we go. We've been asking for people to vote. Keep getting your votes in. We'll see if we can break the 200 vote barrier, and then we'll see what the scores are, and then we'll send this baby home. Bryan against Suzuki was better than this main event, said GM Strong. Ospreay Omega, my favorite, for paying $50. Lucky I have Peacock Premium for WWE. Daze doesn't seem very impressed. Danielson Okada didn't live up to my expectations, to be honest, but my expectation was through the roof. I mean, that's a match I've been really excited for. I was like, it might be one of the all-time best. And it was fine. As I said, for me, it's like a 3.75 to 4 sort of range. Probably a bit more 4 than 3.7. 3.75 might be a little harsh, but I don't get that convoluting, that convulsing stuff. I didn't get that. The ending just seemed rushed and I don't know. I think everyone was shocked. Didn't feel like that was going to be the end, and then it was the end. And I just feel like I've seen way better Okada matches as well in Wrestle Kingdom. Comment was made earlier, actually, and there might be some truth to it. The Tokyo Dome, right? The way that it's got so much space around it. The way that normally when you're looking at that ring, you don't necessarily see the fans because the fans are all on a low seated level. And quite often the hard cam will have the ramp behind it. And it just feels quite big and spacious. It feels like a big canvas for the wrestlers to do what they need to do. There's a big space around. So, not only have you got, the ringside area, but then, then you've got, the commentators and tables and stuff. And it's the crowd are fairly decent, back from the ring. And the comment was made earlier that, it's just a better environment for wrestlers to be able to put on their matches. They've got seemingly more room to work, and it just allows things to breathe a little bit more. And I don't know. I mean, it's not something that I've ever thought about before, but I must admit, I was looking at this ring and this setup, and it's you've got that arena style where you've got all the people seated and it goes up. So you've just got this wall of people in the background, and it does feel quite not cluttered, but it does feel a bit more claustrophobic. It doesn't feel like they've got as much room to work. Doesn't feel like there's as much space. I mean, in all fairness, we are comparing the Tokyo Dome to an arena that holds, 15,000? Tokyo Dome, I think, can hold 60,000. So, I mean, it is a big difference. It is a massive difference. But, yeah, when I think about Okada and like massive major Okada matches, I do think about some of those absolute classics at the Tokyo Dome. And I can't say that this ever really felt like it got to that level. So for me, yeah, probably lean a little bit more to the 4 than the 375, but that's the sort of range that I'm in. But whereas in my mind, this was going to be a no-brainer 5 stars. A no-brainer 5 stars. So I'm just a bit like, that is an absolute dream match, and it's been all right, but like, Ospreay Omega I thought was pretty good, but like Don Callis coming back out and the screwdriver and all that kind of stuff. Had some good stuff. I agree. For me, Ospreay Omega's match of the night. It's match of the night. I don't really know what else kind of got to that range, to be honest. There were some decent moments dotted throughout the night. I think, though, and this is going to be controversial, I think Wembley's going to be better. I think it's going to be better. I think you're going to have a red hot, really hungry crowd that have not seen any AEW live. Some might, but the majority won't have, because this will be the first time of them coming over. We've just spoke about how the Tokyo Dome's got like space. It feels like there's a bit more room and just feels, I don't know, like there's a bit more breathing space. It's weird to put into words, but the point was made earlier, and I do get it. And I think you should have that space at Wembley, So, like, it might allow you to do some different camera angles. I think part of it as well is the different camera shots that New Japan use. There's a few where you sort of look down into the ring, and we don't ever really get that. Shot. So there's a few different shots that New Japan use that I don't see from AEW. So I think Wembley might be better. I mean, there's a lot of excitement around it. There's going to be a big crowd for it. And that's going to be stacked. And it'll be stacked with matches and people that, there will have been like a better build as well for it. This there's matches here that were just a little bit cold because they didn't have much of a build. And I think the crowd were just a little flat at times as well. I think towards the end, they were just a bit burnt out. I think the Ospreay Omega thing burnt them out. They were quiet during those last couple of matches. But they've been making noise throughout the night. And there was definitely some fun moments throughout the night as well. And CM Punk's match was decent. That was a good match. I enjoyed the CM Punk match. I thought CM Punk put in a really good performance, actually. I thought he put in a really good performance. Right, where are we? 2, 3, 6, baby. Let's have a look and see what people have voted. Scores 8 to 10, 54%. So more than half of people really enjoyed it. 7 to 775, 27%. 6 to 675, 10%, and 575 or below, 6%. Not a bad sample size, actually. Over 200, nearly 250 people is actually, we do find, because we do pretty big streams for like UFC sometimes. And we've done polls in the past that have had like 50,000 votes. I think we might have broke 100,000 once. But I do remember 50,000. And actually, once you get past, say, the 250 mark, 300 vote mark, you don't see a great deal of movement. You've kind of got a big enough sample size by that point to get a really good gauge as to what people thought. So I would say that's a decent sample size. So, 8 to 10, 54%. 7 to 775, 27%. 6 to 675, 10%. 575 or below, 6%. So this show seemingly delivering what people were looking for. I told everyone Okada, Bryan is a Japanese crowd style match. I think the crowd and the vibe of the arena would suit the match more, says Switchblade. That is really, I say it too much, but that is interesting because that is not something I'd considered. It's not something I'd considered. I mean, Okada and Danielson having a match anywhere. I mean, you'd imagine that they could fight in your back garden. It would be amazing. But yeah, you know, Japanese crowds, Tokyo Dome. Ooh, you know, if we were to do the Tokyo Dome tomorrow, same guys. Danielson, Okada, you know, currently not in their prime, not 5 years ago, nothing like this, right? Exactly the same. Would the match be better if it was in the Tokyo Dome in front of a Japanese crowd? Would it be better? I don't know. But it's got me thinking. It's got me thinking because there is something special about the Tokyo Dome. Certainly Dave Meltzer thinks so as well, you know. But I do agree. I think there is something really special about Tokyo Dome. It's just a great stage. It's just a great platform. Just seems to bring the best out in people. Let's see if Wembley can do the same. It was good. My score is 8. What's your score, says Jack? Probably 6.5. Probably about that. I mean, I'm not being a hater. I'm not saying it was a disaster by any means, right? I paid for it and I don't regret paying for it. I thought Ospreay Omega was really good. I said that was about a 4.5475. Danielson Okada, we'll say 4. I'm leaning more forward than anything else. But I didn't get much really from, as I said, you know, I mean, like Sanada against Jungle Boy just didn't really do much. The elite match is just not for me. All that like fast-paced action. I love story, drama, emotion, selling. I love all that stuff. Hence why Ospreay, Omega, Danielson, Okada, those were always going to be the matches that speak to me. The fast-paced move, not really selling moves. That's just, I've always struggled with that. That is, so that one, I appreciate. People will have loved it. People would have got like loads from it. It doesn't really do it for me. As I said, a bit of comedy stuff in the early one. MJF and Tanahashi was just a really weird match to me as well. That really felt like they were just trying to take time out of the match. They go 15 minutes, but there's a lot of like MJF walking away and a lot of MJF posing to the crowd. So it's a weird little thing that is. It opens the show. It doesn't try to outdo any of the other matches on the card. It's just its own little thing. But I can't say that really is doing much for the score for me. CM Punk match was good. Tony Storm, Willow was okay. I don't know. I'm sort of looking at it. I'm like, right, where do I find the things that are going to really, you know, move the score for me? Like, I suppose Jungle Boy's heel turn was fine. That was good. I mean, I'm interested to see where that goes. So yeah, that was fine. So yeah, I mean, I sort of feel like it's fine. It was, yeah, all right. I was Forbidden Door. Yeah, it's fine. But I can't say I was like, oh my God, it was amazing. This match was amazing. Then they did that match. Then there was this match. Then there was that. Right. With that being said, we've done the scores. We've shared our thoughts. And we're going to take this baby home. So appreciate people joining us. I hope you enjoyed the show. I mean, it's fun to have something to watch on a Sunday night, isn't it? In all fairness, I'm quite happy to do this on a regular basis. If AEW want to churn a few more of these shows out, not even after more Forbidden Doors, just whatever you want, you know. Because it was always nice to do something on a Sunday. So yeah, appreciate the support. Hope you enjoyed the show, and we are back in less than 24 hours for Monday Night Raw. Awesome. Thanks for watching. Enjoy the rest of your evenings. Bye for now.